Is this going to behave today, or is it going to fail? It's actually worked. So that's up. I think we're live everywhere now. I think. Yep, so that's come in. And we should also be live on TikTok for once as well. But I don't think TikTok chat comes through. Let's have a look. Yeah, so chat doesn't come through. Can we pop that out? Yes, kind of. Yeah, I guess that can live there in me way. Cool. Man, better get power supplies for this. So, Game Gear power supply. Inverted pad. That's going to be a fun one. PC engine. So, pad should do. And then connections. Morning, welcome in. We've got a PC engine, so the SuperGrafx version. I think this was only American. And it's got some corrupt graphics, is the issues with this one. So I'm just grabbing all the bits for it. Need some games now. And then we should be good to test this. I haven't even powered it up yet, so we'll see. Streamed on TikTok for the first time ever, and instantly already 130 viewers, and then it's blocked us for restrictions again. So yeah, this is crazy. Here's the this is why I say every time we try it, we give it one more go, and it's just blocked us again. Like we're redirecting people to buy products somewhere, are we? It's absolutely ridiculous. It's just pointless. Like, where does it pick it up from? We haven't streamed on TikTok for like months. People say we want to stream on it. We enable it again. I haven't even said words in the video yet, and it's restricted. Oh, they've put an appeal button in now at least. Let's click the appeal. See what that does. If only you could speak to a real person there. I've even got the blue tick on there and an account manager, and they still can't help or do anything. Dock that back in there. Right, R-type. So, problem with this actually is if it's set up to American, this is going to expect the American games. I think I've got one. I always forget which one it is. None of those. So let me get a flash card for now so we can test. I do have a few American games lying around somewhere, but for now we can just use this flash card and set it up to TurboGrafx instead of PC Engine. And then insert in. And then we need the pad we don't need for the minute to look at the corrupt graphics. The power is, where's the power gone? At the side. Oh, I thought it was an inverted normal socket power. Didn't realise it was a fatter tip. I've got a converter tip maybe. If not, we can just open it up and power it up. But There we go. Of course, that doesn't fit in this socket. I can see me just powering this up manually. Let's just make a quick tip. It's going to be easier than anything. I'm powering from bench. Oh no, I think I've only worked on like 2 or 3 of these. Don't get many. But obviously, being in the UK as well, pretty sure these are were the American release only. Pretty sure they were. So let's get zoomed out a bit. I'm just going to tack on some wires onto this port. See if my new JBC Iron overlay works. Nice. So it's positive outer. So we want the red wire in essence on this outer part. Come on, break through the galvanization. Yeah, probably one of the most pointless. To be honest, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. It's so much just nothingness inside. It just, again, the classic everything needs to be bigger. I think that's all this one's about. I need some blue tack to stick this down. Definitely need to get some. So let's see if I can float this without technically touching. There we go. Gotta love that JBC Iron. Not much it can't do. So black and red. So we've got center is normally positive, but on this one, this is a center negative, or as I call it, positive outer tip. And if you want to know where that is, you can get the info on retro6.wiki in power supply details section. So now we tack that on there. And there we have a little quick homemade connector. Yeah, I've been starving myself for about a year now. I think it's actually come up to a year. I think it's when was it? March? I think probably March last year is when I started like trying to get back in shape a bit. But I'm down from like 18 and a half stone to I think I'm 13 and a half at the minute, like 13.5-ish. But I've been stuck there now for a good few months. Like I've been the same weight now for I think over 2 months, but I still want to get another few stone off yet just to finally get back in shape properly. Right, this is 9 volts, but we don't need. It's such an awkward position when I've got this bench power. It's 9 volts in, but we don't need it because it's a low dropout. So we could put 7 volts in here if we wanted, but I'll just put 9 in anyway. We need the AV port connected up. And this is what I've actually had made. I was going to sell these like nice gold coloured braids for composite, but I don't think people want to pay extra money for composite cables. So I had like, you know, really nice, just firm cables made instead of the cheap ones that are just like, you know, the normal ones with just black leads. But as I mentioned, nobody really wanted to pay for the like the higher quality composite leads. They don't mind it for RGB, but nobody wants it for composite. It's like, I don't know, it's not exactly a quality output, is it? Right, so that, I want to see composite appear with nothing connected. So I know this is working. There we go. And now we can apply my power to the leads. This, I think, is off, so we shouldn't see any power draw. Oh, cool. And then turn on. There we go. So that's a failed load. So he says there's graphics corruption. Now, I say that, you can, oh no, tell a lie. Put this back to PC Engine. I remember from working on the last one, these have a region switch on, I believe. And I don't know whether it was stock. Yeah, cool. So this is in PC Engine mode. So yeah, that switch. See, I don't know whether this is stock, but see that switch there? That on the last one I worked on switches automatically between PC Engine and TurboGrafx, and I didn't know that at the time, and we thought we had a problem because it wasn't loading TurboGrafx. So let's try a PC Engine game now. And is this set up to PC Engine? Yes, it is. So that's one feature of this console that I'm pretty sure is stock, because that's two I've seen now, where it's actually got a region switch built in to go between the American TurboGrafx cards and the PC Engines. So let's give this a quick test. Where am I? Oh, there's one of the graphics problems. I've disappeared. The sprite's vanished. I was like, I saw myself and then it disappeared. So there's the sprite flickering. Oh, actually, no. Am I just going up into the... Oh, is my controller bad? So either the controller's bad, or they've got pad issues as well. Yeah, so... Rapid fire on, rapid fire off, A, B, let's put B. I'm sure this pad works. Let's try again. Oh, there we go. So something to do with pad B on this pad B switch. So we got that. Turn my turbo on. There we go. So just give this a quick test. It says there's graphics issues. So we've got to discover them graphics issues first. Let's go full screen. That's not full screen, is it? That one. There we go. So we're looking for graphics issues. You guys let me know if you spot any. If I could actually survive more than 2 seconds, that'd help. So far, I can't see anything obvious. And graphics corruption can happen different in different games as well, so we might have to test a few games. Oh, there you go. Yes and no. I mean, that does flicker like that when you die. Is that just this capture card, though? Let's try that again. Could do with a more definitive, obvious issue, because if we can't see the issue, it's going to be hard to prove we fixed it. Ooh, nearly died. This game gets insanely hard, insanely fast. So I don't know whether the customer's thinking that's the graphics issues, because I'm pretty sure that's just the capture card. So let's try. What else can we try? Let's try this Japanese baseball, beach volleyball thingy game, whatever it is, beach ball. That's not loading. So I've got a feeling it's just going to be corrupt cartridge pins, because see how it's struggling to load that. I'm betting it's just going to be a case of this cartridge port is probably a bit dirty, so it's probably going to struggle to load the graphics off the cartridge maybe. But so far, no corruption. This is all fine. Oh, turn the turbo off on this game. You don't want turbo on this game. Oh, hit me own player. Nice one. Oh no, it says player. There we go. Grab. Pass. Oh no, chuck. Haha. Ah, he's grabbed it. So yeah, nothing on that. Let's try. What else shall we try? Space Invaders. So I think it might be. This one might just be a service and maybe message the customer on exactly what the graphics corruption is, because it's probably going to be just that cartridge port unless I can find a game with a definitive corruption in. It's still worth looking at though. There might be like fluff on the chips inside and stuff, and it'll need generally looking at. It could be the power supply as well. They could have a bad power supply adding dirt to it. This was the wrong game to check for graphics corruption. I think the whole game is corrupt. That's just what Space Invaders looks like. Yep, nothing on there. So these are all going well so far. That's the system test code for CD-ROM. I've only got one other game on me at the minute. PBS. Yeah, so I don't think we've got any issues that I can see. Flash cart maybe? Is there a test ROM on my flash cart? And then if not, we'll take a look inside and see what's going on anyway. But so far, yeah, I don't think there's any test ROM. I bet there's a 240p test suite though, but don't know, pick a game. What are we going for? What have we got? Bomberman. What's going to be intensive? Usually everything in the S is normally intensive on most games. Come back over to that. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, so it's going to be in there. Here we go. What have we got? Sidearms. Soldier. Sonic. No way. Is that just sound ammo? Sonic Spike World Championship. I want to see if Sonic... Is that just purely sound? Oh no, go back in. Why can't I start this? I've got to press run. Huh. Yeah, let me turn that up. It's just like... They just literally got a demo that plays Sonic sounds. Don't know whether you can hear that, it's quite low. Yeah, so that's that. So I don't think we've got any issues on this. I cannot find any corruption, so it's just going to have to be a look inside for anything obvious, do the service anyway, and then I'll just double check with the customer that if they've got certain graphics issues, let me know. But the high suspect is just that cartridge port in his power supply. So this is a fake 3D game, so if anything's going to corrupt, I'd say this would. And there's nothing wrong with this, so system looks like it's actually fine, and it's definitely going to be, if these ports are dirty, you will get the games corrupting in graphics. So yeah, this is it's a perfectly functional PC engine. Yeah, and if anything was going to show graphics corruption, it'd be this. Yeah, cool. So let's get inside of this. This is enough testing. We're happy it's working with our setup. So that's our power supply and our games. So that leaves the fact the games wouldn't load, this port, and the customer's power supply are the two most likely culprits in this one. So let's open this up and see what we're dealing with. I can get that off screen a minute. There we go. And these are the game bit ones, what you see on like Pokemon games and things. Where's a screw? So like these are game bit driver. I think they are the 4.8. Yeah, so that's this one. So you need a specific game bit screwdriver that just looks like this. If I could actually focus, I can't quite focus that depth on this one. So let's go to this one instead and do a little zoomy zoom. See if we can focus there. So there is my failure completely to focus on anything. Come on, camera. Maybe zoom up here. Is it the focus depth? Well, you're not going to get to see that game bit. My game bit's too long, and this camera sucks. So my overhead can't zoom close enough, and well, can't focus at the depth because the height of the screwdriver is too tall. So that's a fail, but looks like that anyway, like a start of it. And then we just got to get the rest out. So zoom out on that so you guys can actually see what we're doing. So there's 1, 2, and these look a little bit rusted as well, these screws. So we've probably got some water ingress inside maybe. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 screws. Back in the day when just taking out the visible screws was enough to open systems. No hidden screws and stickers, and the most they did was make these custom screwdriver bits. There we go. So some of these, I'll show you the difference between some and together. You'll see some of them are clean, like that, nice and clean. And then others, if I can find one, yeah, they've clearly got. Now, whether that's just going to be on the screw and not inside the console, we will soon find out. Hopefully, it's not inside the console. That now should lift off. And I think I remember rightly, actually, this lifts off at the bottom. You can see the bottom of it. Yeah, there we go. Lots of useless metal shielding. I suppose in one way it's probably preventing potential rust. Now we're down to, well, that's a bad angle for the light reflecting. We're down to 2 screws here, 2 screws over the cartridge port, a screw there, 2 screws there, and that's it. It's just random position screws. So let's get these out. And I don't think, actually, we don't need to take those out because those are the heat sinks, so they can stay in. The 2 cartridge ports are definite, so I'll take these 2 out. The front there as well, I actually don't think we need. That's holding this connector in. So probably just them 2 screws, maybe. Nope, so those 2 are, no, they're in a post as well. So it's these 2 screws and the 2 cartridge screws. And maybe that one over here that was floating. No, we don't need to get that one out. If we lift up, you can see inside there that power jack basically holds in. Well, you can't really see because we're too zoomed in for you to see much there. So basically this power jack rests in the slot of the plastic, which was there. So it was like resting in the plastic. We've got the power switch there, which is just a mechanical lever to move that. Cover. And now here's the actual board. So what we're dealing with. I've seen, if you watch back one of the videos I did on the last one of these, it was absolutely rotten everywhere. So this one is nice, but look how much wasted space there is. You can tell that was just because they wanted to make a massive looking console. There's absolutely no need for that size console. We have a heatsink here, so that means that's going to be the 7805. That's what drops the 9 volts input to 5 volt output. We have a fuse, which is literally a normal fuse soldered in. So this is like a household fuse soldered in. Can we pull focus that high? I wish this camera had a bit more high depth. Yeah, so just a normal cartridge glass fuse, just soldered in with wire by the looks of it. So that's that. Power switch. These are all the chips. So you've got the 6270, the 6280 will be around here somewhere, and the 6260. You got 2 6270s. Have they put 2 6270s in? Yes, they have. Why? Okay. Oh, there you go. That's going to be the problem with the graphics corruption. There's 2 modes. So one of these modes will be corrupt. Is that because we haven't run any American games? That will be the case, I'd say. So let's test this again then. Is this American? Oh, you know, last time I think I said this was American. It's Japanese, isn't it? I said that the last time I fixed one of these. I was like, I'm sure this is an American one, and it isn't. It's Japanese. Right, let's power this back up, because what they've done, which I've never seen, well, I didn't notice before when I worked on it. The 6270, I'm sure, is the graphics processor. It's just open Tinterweb. HU6270 pin out. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it's the VDP. So what they've done is they put 2 VDPs on. So when we're switching modes up here to toggle between modes, the chip enabling one of these 2. So you've literally got redundancy there, which is quite cool, because then if one of these dies, they're like, it's not under load, but that's the strangest design Like the 6270 is the same for both models. Why they've put 2 chips in, I don't know. Oh, they're used simultaneously. Really? I've never seen that before in a PC Engine. So it must be something a bit more than just the standard PC Engine then. SuperGrafx exclusive games. There you go. There's the problem we've got then. We will have to find... Do you know which one? Or do you know any of them? And we can load them off here. That's how we'll test. And then we'll find... Because we want to see the graphics corruption before we do any work. But I'm pretty sure we know where the corruption's now coming from. But I didn't even know that. You know, never thought of that. Control pad. Where have I put it? How do I lose stuff in a room this small? There. There we go. Turn that back on. 1941 counterattack. Cool, let's give that a go. I thought they would, especially with PC engines just having 1 chip, I presumed they'd swap. Well, the only logical explanation was they've got redundancy between the switch modes, but that wouldn't make any sense. That's why it was a bit confusing. Makes a lot more sense that it's doubled up processing power. That's back in there. Get the PC back up. Turn on. And then let's see if we can find that game then. And we should see corruption. Oh, that just glitched. There we go. Is it going to be in this one maybe? There we go. Load. Let's go full screen, see what we can see. So this should be hopefully obvious corruption. Problem is I don't know what this game should look like, so unless it's very obvious it's corrupt. That 1941 is... Oh yeah, you can see the VDP squares there then. There you go. That's what the developers wanted it to look like. In one way, this is a good way to know which VDP is doing what. So you can see the VDP for the foreground is the bottom chip, and the VDP for the background is clearly the top chip. So nice and neat. Oh, this is actually quite cool. This is like Raptor on MS-DOS. Is it Raptor? Yeah, Raptor Call of the Shadow, I think it's called. I used to play that all the time. Is this music right as well? Seems very lacking in audio. Oh, nice. Thank you for the 2-month sub. Yeah, we might have to get a video of this up unless any viewers know what this should sound like. Let me pause this and turn it up a minute. Does this sound like it's got all the audio to you guys? I don't know. To me, it just sounds like it should have more audio. But like I said, I don't know the game. Oh yeah, this is literally just like Raptor on PC. But this is a bit easier. Like, this is not that hard at the minute. Raptor's pretty hard to start with. Come on, I've just said you're not that hard and now I'm stuck inside you. Rapid fire, there we go. Rapid fire pad. See if I can open the door while I'm killing him. Yes. Right, so we've found the corruption quite easily. So let's fix it. And this shouldn't be too hard because we can pretty much see where the damage is. Like, I spotted it straight away. I need to reorganize this desk. So it shouldn't be too bad. It's not like it's a mystery. We've kind of seen where the damage is. Down there, that's out, that's out. And let's go over to the bench, and I wonder what the problem could be. Maybe it's this. So yeah, pretty obvious. So VDP, there's only one in the normal PC engines. This has obviously got 2 that we now know is used on them exclusive games. That's some new knowledge I've gained I can add to the wiki. So thanks for the sub. I wouldn't have, I'd have not figured that out very quickly at all. I'd have been presuming that was like an American, well, yeah, I thought it was also an American console at first. Keep forgetting it's Japanese, so I would have been going down a rabbit hole there of the wrong assumptions. Everything else looks pretty clean at a glance. We'll do a bit more of a thorough look afterwards, but the only damage literally seems to be right here. There's no other damage, I think, on this board. In fact, we might as well just finish the quick visual. Pull focus up. Let's check this side while we're at it. The undersides almost never get damage. No, they all look fine so far. No, all good. These can confuse people as well. See these slight brighter greens? They look like typical trace rot, but they're not. If you're used to seeing them on certain consoles, I can probably get that under the scope so you can see a bit more. But I always say look out for, like, you know, changes in green colour, and that's a change in green colour, but that isn't actually trace rot. So let me show you that under the microscope. Where are we? So yeah, if you look at that and zoom in, there's one corroded V at the bottom. I actually can't zoom in because it's too high. Oh my, everything on this desk needs to be lower. I'd have to take off the metal cage to get lower. If there's maybe one colour, let's colour this side so I can show you this side instead. Let's say take a look at them there. Sit, go right in, zoom up, and then get some light on. So you can see them colours. It just looks like how the silk screen was applied for some bizarre reason. But I've seen it before. But you see that, like, change in green colour? That isn't like rot. It's on all the vias. So obviously part of the manufacturing process, whatever happened, that's just something to look out for, because sometimes you might think that's trace rot when it's not. Right, so where were we seeing? Were we on this side when you're on about some trace damage? Or some corroded via? Just let me know where you think it was, and I'll take a look at that probably afterwards anyway. What we have down this corner, I presume you may be meaning. You'd have to give me a bit of a reference. And then while we're doing that, let's take a look at actual rot. What we're doing, we're fixing a SuperGrafx for video corruption, which is pretty obviously this trace damage here. So you've got a few trace damage. This will be the video RAM to this specific chip, and around the area of the top corrosion, just on the bottom. Oh yeah, they're likely to be expected, maybe somewhere down here. Can't see any here. Oh, there. You're on about that one, aren't you? Which is, obviously, we'll double check under after we've taken off anyway. Yeah, so under this green you'll see copper. So what we'll do first is we'll get this chip off, get some fume extraction on, get some flux on, and just get this chip out of the way. No point working around this. So hot air is set to 480% airspeed, so 400 Celsius, 80% airspeed. Now these boards are fairly delicate to heat because they are a paper-based PCB, not a fiberglass. So we want to try and avoid any kind of popcorning. So sometimes it's better to work fast, other times it's better to work slow. All depends. You're best really just working more in your comfort zone is what I'd recommend. I work typically fairly fast with high heat, but with a little bit of a pre-soak above. And I think sometimes when you When you doubt yourself or you get a bit too concerned, you kind of don't just do what you'd naturally do on a board. Like, so over concern can sometimes make things worse. So I know this board is delicate to heat, so I'm going to be bearing that in mind, but trying not to overly change how I work, because that could then lead to me doing something that I'm not used to technique-wise. And you can hear the board, well, you might be able to hear the board like kind of crinkling a little bit. So that's off clean anyway. That was easy enough. Clean the board while it's hot. Clean the chip while it's hot. So I'll just pick up the chip in my little suction holder. And just do that. And that's how much gunk has already come off already. That's mostly flux though. Probably the flux we've applied. Board is fine, but connect on. Well, this is the board. So yeah, the physical board itself is fine. This chip is almost definitely fine. So this is just a RAM chip. So you've got a 20256. It's going to be a 256 kilobyte RAM. But you can see all this dark green. This is corruption. So if we go over to the microscope, zoom out a bit. I think we're crazy zoomed in. And if I then go to, here we are. So this is the damage. And this can come from many things. It can come from water spills. It can come from leaking caps. There's no caps in this area, so I'm going to guess this maybe had some fluid in at some point somewhere. There's nothing inside that would leak on this board naturally. So what we want to do is I tend to grab a bit of just sandpaper, just cut down, fold it in half, and just rub off the insulation. So we can probably zoom out a little bit. We don't need to be that zoomed in for now. And what you'll see is, as we remove this green stuff is insulation, so it's not electrically conductive. If you would touch these points, it insulates the copper. So if we rub this off, and maybe spray a little bit of IPA on, so you kind of like wet and dry sandpapering in a sense. This will expose the traces. And I always say, don't be afraid to sand the insulation down, because if the copper can't survive a basic sanding, then it's brittle anyway and needs fixing. So we need to ensure we've got all this rot off and we know what we're dealing with. So this is sometimes a step where people fear they don't want to do more damage to the board. And this is where I'd say, don't worry about that. This is literally the main step. You want to make sure you've got it clean and that you're happy there's no corrosion or rot still there. Yeah, thanks. I've invested a lot of years and money into this setup. That allows me to show you guys nicely as well what we're working with. It's always good to see nice sharp. So you can see here we've still got a bit of rot, so I want to go over there. And part of it is you don't want to leave anything on the board that could continue to rot. So sometimes if it's like electrolyte, it can continue to eat through the board. Whereas other times it's just purely to make sure you've visually seen where any rot is, that you know the traces are good. So now we can see clearly there's a break there. So see on that pin, for example. Now it's very obvious that pin is missing copper. You can literally see a black line going through. So that's the damage trace, more than likely the only one. All this just looked bad and it's lost its insulation. And then we've got that potential via underneath, which can we spot from here which via it would be? None of those look damaged this side. None of those do. None of those do. Maybe that one. Gonna maybe hedge me bet on, but you can't see any more there. So I'm happy that we've probably got one broken trace there. You've got a little bit of rot here, so we'll probably clean that up. See those little speckles? I think I can just temporarily zoom in. Yeah, there you go. So this dark patch here. These little dark spots are the rot. So that's another thing we want to clear off. It's not going to do much damage, but again, we don't want to leave any old rot on there, because you don't know how far that goes down onto the board. And that's got maybe a fleck. I might have just put that on there, but a little fleck of metal. So that'll be it on there. That won't be helping. Yeah, so see how this has still got a little black dot? And you might be dealing with trace rot there. So I think that one we want to double check under the scope that isn't also a damaged trace. So the benefit of this is we can go right over with this microscope now. Just get really close on that. And way too much light there. And then get the lighting just right. So that's now we just go in with the tweezers for the last bit of scrape off. That's fine. Solid copper. So we can see there, no problem at all with that trace, but we needed to get that rot off because it could well have been rotten, you know, through. You can't tell till you remove that. So it looks like we're dealing with just that broken trace and one on the other side. And I was going to guess the only one that looks potentially rotten to me is this one here, just because the bottom right corner is a bit funky. So let's flip over and see if it was that one. Probably have to zoom out a bit and pull focus. Where were we? So it was this one here. I think I've actually got the right one. That, in fact, all three of them look a little bit dicey. So them three, flip over. It's a big long line going that way. So when we flip, it'll be the bottom. Yeah, so this line, it's right where that rot is. But we'll want to probably do the same on here because that does not look good. Especially the one that was fairly obviously ugly looking. I think again it's probably just that one, but where are we? There. Same idea again, just so that's actually fine. Now you say it's fine. The problem with this is just because you can see the copper here, the top and the bottom, there's copper that runs on the inside edge of this via going straight the way through. And there's a fine rim on the inside hole there that joins the copper like a tube. So even though it looks good, you want to still double check. Yeah, exactly. As the comment mentions, just because you can see the top and bottom copper, don't always presume it's good. And also try not to poke your tool into that via because you can be bridging the via with the tool. So you want to poke like either on this via over here or on the trace. So I'm going to go on this one, check we've got continuity there. Then I'm going to flip over and I'm going to probe. You can't really see, but I'm just going to probe the other side. And no, that via is completely blown out. So where am I? Don't know if I can pull focus that high for you. Yeah, I can just about. So I'm probing like on the top here and it's gone. So even though the via looked okay, that's gone. We're probably going to have to check all of them vias now because they look good, but knowing our luck, they'll all be blown through. And then let's check if I was to probe the actual hole instead of the via away from it, would it then probe as if it's... Oh, actually, I think I've got the wrong hole. No, it's there. So yeah, it doesn't even probe when you're pushing through the hole. So does the one above probe? Oh, none of these. We've either got a load of bad vias. Fourth one up. Yeah, so all three are blown out. A via is just a connection between the board, so top and bottom. So you've got your traces that run. So this is a good example there. There's all three of those look healthy. They're all completely gone. So the damage on this will be inside the board. So you have the traces that run along the top in copper, and then it makes a hole like this. They literally use a little drill bit, drill through the board, and then they plate the inside of that hole. So there'll be a good diagram. Let's see. PCB via 3D visual. Let's see if I can get an image to show you maybe. Maybe this one. If you want to learn stuff like this as well, by the way, if you sub to the channel or become a member on YouTube, that's where I show off and teach people how to do all this. I do it on the free streams as well, but the whole point of the subs is kind of full education. I think this visual maybe is the best. So basically, we go full screen. So we see, this is the copper we're seeing on top. This is the open ring, and then see the hole in the middle. They drill a hole through, and then they fill it with plating like this. So that copper tube, if you will, is sitting on the outside wall of the drill hole. And if you imagine when it comes out, you've only got the inner ring, the fine lip, that connects to this tube. So if the inner ring here has got a bit of corrosion on and rot, it breaks the connection between the two. So that's what's going to have happened on all three of these. So even though they look okay, all three inner rings are bad. So we can repair them. The simplest thing when they're dead is, I got my super fine drill bit anywhere. Oh, I've got my massive drill bit. I don't know where I keep the other drill bits. You need a haircut? Do I? I've only just had it done. It's literally like a 4-day-old haircut. Or you just trying to tell me my hair's bad? Let's see. I think this isn't the drill bits. Nope. Where have I put my drill bits? Not in there. Not in there. Not in there. Nope, can't find it. So what I'm just going to do is pilot out the hole with a tiny drill bit, if I could actually find my drill bits. I've got so many tubs and things to... Nope. Nope. Little screwdriver bits. It's three screwdriver bits. I think this is more screwdriver bits. This is all the tools of iron then. You get all the... yeah. Everything's a screwdriver bit. So none of them are really needed. I've got... do you know what this is like? A pencil set. Oh, that's the hot air. Bits. There's another one. Yep. Wow, I've got so many screwdriver bits. I think this may be it. Nope. Grinding bits. Did I move all my drill bits to one place and then forget where I put them? Yeah, I must have, because there's none in there. None in there. So all those are entirety screwdriver ends that I don't need. I've got one other place I can look at, and then if not, we can run a wire. But it'll be nice and cool if we can just drill through and pass a wire through, basically. No, massive drill bit still. I think I need to buy some because I think I've lost them and they are useful. The thing is, I don't know where I've even put this comes with them, like the little, the drill bits that are tubes like that. So I don't know, I had these all. And I've put them somewhere and lost them because this is the toolkit I need, where this came from, with my little drill bits in, but no, nothing's fine enough in what I've got left. I've lost my little tool. So we're going to have to just try and pass a hole through as it is, basically. Oh, hang on, there's one. Ah, found it. Sitting on top. There we go, looks like an empty tub, so this will be it. There we go. So, tiny drill bits. We'll use a 0.6, which is going to be wider than the hole, but this will do us. Yeah, you'll see in a second. So is that entire thing? There we go. Oh no, don't drop my little tooly bits. And that goes on. So we have, there's my finger for scale. There's a 2mm drill bit. And this, you could go fine in this, but there's a 0.6mm. So the holes are typically like 0.2 to 0.4. Get a haircut and get a real job. Have we got like a spammer in the chat? I'm not even looking at the chat, to be honest. So this one will do the job, because if you look at these holes, the 0.6 is actually probably not far off what these holes are. But modern boards, it's like, you know, you normally have a much finer hole. Like when I make PCBs, I do 0.2mm holes, and I can go finer with micro via. So we can either use our finger and just like pilot through, and we're going to blow out the via completely, but it doesn't matter, like that. Or I can just use my actual little micro drill thing. So I've got this. If it's got charge, and it never does. See, I want another one of these, because this thing it's as if it never turns off, basically. So I'll literally not use this, haven't used it. I charged it fully last week, and I'll come to use it and it's flat again. So I need another one for holding this bit. In fact, the Fantech will probably do it. I think this other one has the same shank, actually. And then I don't need this. Yes, there we go. So this one can go in the bin, because it never keeps charge. There we go. So now, like a dental drill, we can... Hey, morning. No, the Hoto's fine. It's just this random Armorec thing I've got. So this via's blown out, so I'm just going to drill through the via. Like so. And this one's gone. And this one's gone. There we go. So you don't have to do this. This is me wanting to make the board look nice and clean. Yeah, so we had, I've just binned it. I mean, you could technically have it if you wanted. It just loses charge all the time. It's just a little Arrow Max. It's like a Fantech, but I think you've got the Fantech anyway. But this thing just never seems to hold charge. So now I've plugged it in and it's dead again. Whereas it actually holds these drill bits fine, the new Fantech I've got, so I don't actually need it. What I do need, though, is them, remember them diamond grinder tips you told me about that I brought and then they didn't fit in, and then I binned them, and then I brought this Fantech that they fit in, but then I binned the £15 diamond bits. I've got to buy them again, because I chucked them like an idiot thinking, oh, they don't fit, screw it, and then you told me about the ones that actually fit both in. And you know me, I chuck anything that's been on my desk for more than a few days if I don't use it. Right then, so these drill bits, actually, I might just keep the drill bits in this, but actually remember where I put them, because this is probably a safer place for the drill bit, but I just need to remember I've got this, because I just nearly lost it. So, ooh, what's this? Goes in that way. Okay, that case is stupid. No, okay, they're not going in that case. Morning, I know what I'm going to get. A grey tub. So, if, or rather when I lose this next time on stream, and I say where are my drill bits, we need like a virtual map of my studio that you guys can keep on file. And when I say where's something, you've got a little virtual 3D room that tells you where I've put stuff. So these drill bits are now going to go. Where shall we put them? Because I need them. Where am I not going to? Well, I'm going to forget everywhere, aren't I? I'm going to put them. This is probably the worst place possible, because I never put anything here. I'm going to put them right here. See that between the weller and the scope? There are drill bits. That's where we're putting them. So let's see if I remember that in 2 hours' time when I come to need it again. Right then, close that window? Oh yeah, we streamed on. I tried streaming on TikTok again, and within 30 seconds of the stream, I hadn't even spoken yet, and it come up, oh, you've been blocked for selling blah blah blah. So then it restricted the views. We got like 140 people viewing, and then it dropped to like 2 or 3 people because they've basically banned it again. So obviously this account is flagged for some reason. Yeah, putting a big label on would be the really smart thing to do. So let's carry on with this repair. Let's fix these 3 traces that we know are bad. And, oh, squeaky. And the one damaged one. There's actually a physical trace that's rotted. So for these now, what we do, where are they? These 3, we can pass through enamelled wire. I can probably just pass through my normal wire as well, like me. The wire I sell, this slightly thicker wire. So let's give this a go. Because I don't have to strip this then, if I can do this. Microscope setup. What the heck, yeah, I'll put a label on them. The thing is, if I don't know to look over there, the label's not going to help me. I haven't got a label. We're going to... This is the best you're getting. Big Bros label. How's that? There we go. That's where my drill bits are. That's now going in my corner over there. The camera setup, I can actually show you now. I've got this thing. So it's just the microscope itself isn't that special. This is just a Amtech I've had for a while. But I've just upgraded this top bit here. So this is now a ridiculously hot, and I mean literally 100 degrees hot, Blackmagic Micro. So this is a 4K micro coming out of, we've actually just got it coming out of HDMI at the minute, but it's got SDI as well. And then that goes through a box down there. So that box down there is because Macs just hate people. So you have to spend £400 to put your capture card that fits in a Windows PC in a £400 box to plug into the back of a Mac that costs £4,000 as well. So basically, to go from a Windows to a Mac with all the equipment I already had already cost me thousands of pounds. But that's how we get. Then this one is now an OBSBot. This was a Blackmagic, the side camera. And that doesn't stand out enough, need to be white paint. Oh, right then, what have we got? We've got red. Let's do... There we go. Now he's over there. I'll still forget it, because now it's that obvious. I'll just keep looking at the red and thinking, that's not it. So this side camera's an OBSBot. Basically, that's why I can move it around now, like freely, and zoom in and out. This was Blackmagic, so we've lost a bit of quality on this footage, but I've got the benefit of being able to do exactly that, show people around. This one is a camera above, so this is super clean Blackmagic 4K, 6K this is, but obviously downscaled to 1K, so you're not gaining the benefit. That, ironically, I'm zooming in and out with basically, I'll show you up here. Wait till you see this mess. So there's a light that I can actually turn on and off to give, where are we? Games room, studio. I can turn that light on off and then see my face, nice glow. Mainly because when I'm working on the boards, it's quite dark. Up above there is the Blackmagic 6K camera with a cinema Canon lens, and then that lovely white cable. I opened it up, soldered a few wires in. It come all the way down this arm, down this thing right by me, and then I physically, if I show you, can I actually, I think this is where we can never get to show you. There we go. So see my hand there? If it'll stop capturing on that, I just flick a switch like that, because I didn't want to pay more money for zooming the camera, so that'll zoom the camera in and out for me. That's why you hear a click when I'm zooming. And then this face cam, you can't see, but this is the most ridiculous camera. So this is like ridiculous. Oh, Jesus, I need to fix my hair. This is like, same thing, that camera there is the same as the one above, but because it's got a very shallow depth of field and it's got cinema glass on, you get just stupid quality on it. And then we downscale it all for 1K streams and a terrible bit rate. So what I see on my screen looks dead nice, and then what you guys see is, well, you still think it looks good, but it looks awful. When I look back on the streams, I'm like, oh, all my pixels have disappeared. So to fix this, what I'm going to do is pass that wire through the hole now. That's why we drilled it. So this wire through the hole, just bend it, and then if we flip over, we can see. Where's my wire gone? Oh, wires fell out. Let's try that again. Pass it through the hole. Keep my finger on it this time and flip over. Where are we? Is it even there? There we go, couldn't even see it. So there's the wire now, bent around on there and flip over, and it's bent on there. So what we've done is effectively passed a nice little wire through, so we can solder it to the trace is what we're going to do. You can even just solder it to the via, it'll probably be fine. Soldering it just to the outer rim. So if we just, oh, this can be fun. You stay there. I'm going to blob that on now while it's sitting there, and it's going to catch on that copper. And to be honest, I'm probably going to put, I don't normally do this, but I'm going to put a little bit of flux on these because I'm going to try and get it to flow nicely. There we go, look at that. So that's now soldered on this side. And then if I trim that with scalpel, what we'll do is cut there. So we don't want to apply too much pressure because we don't want to cut through the traces, but once you dent like that, you've now got, yeah, that's the wire, then it drops to the trace. So it looks like I've cut through a trace, but I haven't. That's just the line you're seeing as a physical drop from the thick trace, the thick wire down to the trace. So now you've got a good connection there. And then we flip over, pull focus, and then do the same on this side. Just move the wire over. And what you can do if the via is completely blown out, you just solder this trace to the actual, like the wire to the trace itself. So if we lined that up, for example, put flux on there, and then got this on here, we can just apply solder. And there we go, and that'll be now solid. So that's literally all the way down attached to that trace and on the via. And then just check the other side hasn't moved because it can do when we do that. So there we go, that's now on. I'll probably think that did slightly move there, so I'll probably move him after. I'm not going to worry about position for now too much because I'm going to do this on all of them. So we just need more wire, repeat that 3 times, and then we'll cover this with a conformal coating as such, just a UV mask to protect it. Let's just try and get this done without too much faffing, otherwise I'll be here all day. So same idea what I've just done, pass the wire through, bend it over one side, bend it over the other, and this one probably has to be there. I love seeing that animated meter now. I need to do it, like say, for the multimeters. I'd like to maybe, what would be better than using that multimeter I've got, like the bench one, I can't think what you call them. This one's been a pain. The multimeter that's like the bench power supply. I don't really use it like I use the fluke. And my fluke's got a little, actually this one hasn't. The bigger fluke I was using has Oh, thanks for the sub. It has like a little, I don't know whether it's a custom Wi-Fi, a Bluetooth and infrared. It has like some kind of communication thing on that I could tap into, whereas this, I've just got a Fluke 115 taped to the desk I use. I'd like to try and get that on stream, but I think I'd just have to bite the bullet and change my multimeter to one of my other Flukes. There we go. What material's that? Why don't I just put everything on one side of the board? Why things both sides? On this, there's no real major reason. If you can fit them on one side, you'd tend to. But back in the day, like on this, there's no real reason why they needed to put them on both sides. This would just typically be to fit things in. In fact, I can cut that one instead of moving it around. I can get that a bit shorter. But usually you go on the other side simply because, there we go, you can't fit stuff on. And you definitely try to avoid it these days because you don't want to add cost to manufacturing for 2 assemblies and the securing glue that has to keep everything in place when you wave solder and stuff. Nice. Yeah, I've got to see when I open the physical stores. Like we're online only now, but I originally, well, we were online at the start, and then there's some multimeters that, yeah, the multimeters that I've seen them and the pretty crap. I want to use quality Flukes, so I'll write some software for it. I've already wrote it for the Rigel, which is a 6 point. Like in theory, the Rigel is the thing I should use. It's just another thing I have to turn on and reach over to. So I should probably just use that. I'll figure it out anyway. Yeah, the retro PC stuff I had when I opened the stores physically, they're closed now. I had an older guy come in that used to just come to new stores that were opening, and he actually gave me an old Windows XP PC with everything original. Now, I grew up on the PCs, like I love them. That's literally where I started software development and where a lot of my memories are, like Doom and Raptor and all the PC gaming. So I've still got that I need to set up and get, out and running again. Yeah, most of these, I've found good for the Ember cup as well, is once I'm done with my coffee, spray with IPA, and then clean with a rag. So like I'm cleaning the circuit board, clean my coffee cup. And then at least it stays cleaner while I'm on stream. There we go, cleanish cup. Right, so we need one more wire cutting. That's where we're up to. I still need to. The missus is actually asking now for that Ember cup as well, but I don't know whether I get her the flat. See, she wants the travel mug, so when she's working, she can take it with her. But I want the travel mug, so I don't want to buy her one until I buy one. But then if I buy two, they're quite expensive. And then I also want the flat white cup, so it'd be nice if we could get, like, say, sponsored by them. We need to find somebody that works for them, or I'm doing the thing I said I'd never do as well, working on the JBC mat. Yeah, we're gonna have to try beat that Twitch count now, because when we had that raid yesterday, it spiked the maximum view count up to something like 80, which we get about 5 people. Oh, Twitch is Twitch's subs have dropped to like 13, so we were up to what we thought was 70 odd, and it's dropped back down to like 50 something now. And in fact, I haven't even got the overlay meter thing showing. But yeah, we've only got like 13 subs on. So see, that's also here. We've got 13 subs on Twitch. That's the via there that's come off. So that's literally what the via is, just a very fine ring. And then in the hole, you can see basically that dark colour now in the hole is just the circuit board. So that orange colour there that dark orangey. That's what would normally be a fiberglass board. It's called the pre-preg. So that is the board in between where the copper sticks to. So when we've seen this light orange, this is the copper ring that's pulled off that was sitting over the hole. And you can see that it basically is just an infinitely fine ring around that hole that joins it to the tube. So for this one, we need to go to the trace because there isn't a via. So I need to try and angle this. I could have used thinner wire and made this job easier, but where's the fun in that? So let's see if we can get this on without moving and going to all the other connections maybe. So hold this down and go on the wire. There we go. So I've got to love this JBC iron again. Just does it so good. So that's now rock solid. Morning, welcome in. So that's the three wires that side. Those are 2 nice blobs. This one's lost its trace, so now that's attached to that trace. And look how clean that is. That's nice. So now we've got to flip it round and do the other side. So that will mean zooming right up, zooming right out, flipping over. I'll rotate the board a bit. I don't know whether we're going to get this on scope. Oh yeah, we are. There we go. Can we zoom in a bit? Nope, because it goes too. That's as far as I can zoom in because this is quite high off the desk. So bend this one around, do the same thing. Bend that in to the trace, like so. And then same idea, a little bit of flux. And you don't want to be on this joint too long because you melt the other side. So the idea is probably tin this trace first without the wire, like so. And now I can move the wire in and warm it up quickly just to tack on so that the other side doesn't move. So there we go. Nicely tacked on. Those 3 are solid. Yeah, I've got the Japanese PC Engine Duo with the Super CD2 add-on all boxed up. I've still got that in my warehouse. I should set it up. And then where are we now? Here's where we are for the other side. So that's still not moved. So that's, oh, actually, one more thing. Yeah, the CD-ROM it's twice as powerful. The other thing we need to fix is this little one here. We nearly forgot. So look at him. That one was the rot originally. So to be honest, this one, we can just put the chip down and then add a bit of wire to the chip or try and stretch the leg out to bridge over. So we don't really need to do anything with that one actually until we come to put the chips on. So what do? We don't want to hot air this yet, because if we hot air this now, this is going to move about and these wires are going to come loose. So even though we're going to coat it, I'm also not going to hot air the chip down. What I'm going to do, CD32, I've ordered oh shite, I forgot to send the factory the labels. I need to do that today for all the new cap kits. Where is my documentation? Why do I not have the cap kits in there? There we go, cap kits. Ordered, let's see what I've ordered. I've got them coming. So I've got Amiga. Well, I say I have. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, pretty sure I have. So they should be here in another week or 2. And it's a hybrid kit now of ceramics and aluminiums based on obviously where you can use ceramics we do, and where you can't we use the aluminiums. And it took a lot of time, and you've seen me using ceramics on stream and stuff, and behind the scene I've been testing, and I found that some are simply better with aluminiums, even though you can put ceramics on. So there's like hybrid kits coming. So what I'm going to do to cover this is use UV resin. You can see that awesome focus. So this is just UV resin in a little tub and a cotton wool bud. You can get proper stuff called, well, it is still the same thing, like conformal coating or 3-second coating. So this, if we blob on, this is clear. We want to cover them, but importantly, I don't want it to go over my pins there that it's about to. So I'm going to cure it quick before it goes over. And you can see that then will set it in place. Otherwise, I won't get solder on the other joints. And this now will set it so that this will be now rock solid. So they're free from accidentally falling off. And then we'll do the other side. So I'll flip over. And you should really, it's one of them. You can either do it for everywhere we've exposed the copper, or you can just do it on your joints. Now, I think personally it looks a bit messier covering all of your copper with the conformal coating. So I don't typically recover the copper. And there's an argument that you'll get potential corrosion over time or oxidation or stuff like that. But if you're going to do the full cover, I think it just looks messier. And I've never had issues with this, not covering everything. I'm using it more for a mechanical fixture. So it all depends on the situation. If there's times where I feel the exposed pads are going to cause us issues, I'll cover everything. But otherwise, that's on there. Yeah, I've got all the stuff like the sprays. I've got the proper conformal coatings. It's just a choice, I suppose. The other thing you just do as well is just lacquer it. Like I'll show you what you can do. Because it's just electrical coating. I just find it something I don't need. So you can just do literal lacquer if you wanted. And just like that. And then you've got your cover there. That's now electrically covered. And I don't know whether the UV light will show it up. So you can't really see the lacquer on there, but that'll cure. There's all things you can do. I just, like I say, for most of them, I find you don't need it. So you can see that lacquer there will cure over. And then that's all now insulated. You do anything, but like I say, this specific situation I don't feel needs that cover myself. So now we've just got to solder this chip back down, the original, the right way around. And I'm just going to use the iron for this one. And zoom in. Focus. There we go. Get some flux on both sides. Get the iron, fume extractor. And then what I'll do first is I'll put some solder on the corner, hold it in place, and move it to where I like. I think that's good enough, angled enough. And then the other side will go to this corner and tin this down. And there we go. So I'm just going to do this under the scope just because I like it. Now I've got a good scope. I like to use my eyes instead of relying on complete lack of depth perception. There we go. And then all you do on here, go on each leg. Now you can just drag solder. You can just get soldering iron and drag down. You don't need to do individual pins. And that's it. And then redo that joint. So that's that side. This side I'm just going to try and flip the iron around, even though I'm in an awkward position. because now I don't have the wire attached, I can just use the iron this way around. And then we've got to remember which one of these is missing the connection. We should be able to see it, but let's put a bit more solder on. There we go. Plenty of solder on them connections. And now it's this one here, you can see as it'll solder onto that pad, even though there's nothing there. And we need to make a wire to connect to that trace there. Yeah, I used to actually use them when I was practicing soldering. One of my favourite tips was the, I can't think what you called it. I don't know if you called it like a, what did I used to call it? I think I wanted to call it a gull tip, but I don't know if it is a gull tip. So it naturally keeps a ball of, well, one, it naturally keeps a ball of solder in the tip. So when you're dragging down, it stays inside because surface tension pulls it into that hole. But the other reason to use it is more so to remove the excess solder from pins, because if you empty the tip, so there's nothing in it, well, you can't even really see that connection break there now, but it's there. If you clear the iron, so there's no solder in it, it naturally sucks it out of the tip. That's more why I think it's good for drag soldering, but I can pretty much do it all with the one tip now, and it's not, I don't ever really struggle anymore to the point where I'd want to bother swapping a tip for that job, basically. I'm going to use a nice thick trace again just for the sake. And I'm going to cut this. And let's see if we can get this tacked on. So it's this one here. Well, wrong position. Let's turn this around. There we go. So it's hard to see where the damage is because it's that small, but it's this trace here. So we'll tack him onto the leg of the chip. Like so. And then he's probably still a bit long, but I could maybe do with him being long just so he's more obvious like that. We want it to be fairly obvious he's there, in case anything ever, if anyone works on it or wonders, we want to make sure they're well aware there's a trace repair there. So that's it. Yeah, my idea is, I think I need to improve that. Oh, I know why the microscope isn't as good again, because I've got that Barlow lens back on. Otherwise, I sit on the floor. But I keep debating a new microscope for clearer optics. So that one is now on nicely. And I've purposely made it a little bit large, like, longer than it needs to be, just so anybody else that ever comes to work on it can kind of see that it's there. We probably want to dry that off with hot air a second. Put a bit of coating on that as well, just a tiny bit, and cure that one so it doesn't just like fall off if somebody's hot airing. Yeah, the danger of looking at JBC is I keep buying stuff. I've already spent thousands in the last, few weeks with them. So I prefer get some, now I'm sponsored by them, I'd like to get some more free stuff. Upsell them this, I keep saying we need to upsell them this little software thing that shows the temperature of the iron as it's going up. Trade it for their stuff, basically. If you want break the coating, just hot air it and then flick it off with tweezers. So I'd warm this board up here, and then I'd just get my tweezers under the edge there and push, and the whole thing fractures and moves over. So heat, basically. is the best way to get it off. Right, so I think we're done. I think, well, as far as we know, that was the only issue. Trace damage there, 3 blown out vias that looked okay. I'm hoping that's all the issues. Because again, this one looked like it was going to be a 2-minute job. And then, even though there's technically only a bit of trace damage, when I stream stuff, everything takes me longer. So, if you want to support that, just sub to the channel so I don't waste my time doing all the extra explaining for nothing. We'll get the power back on. So we're just benching this. And I'm just putting 8 volts in because it's just an LDO. So we don't need the 9 volts. And it just keeps the heat down a little bit. We need the controller. What game was it? 1941, wasn't it? We'll test again. So I presume that game wouldn't load then on a normal PC engine. Or would it just enhance the game with not having the 2 VDPs on everything else? Let's connect it back up. That over there. HDMI on here. Get this in. So, fingers crossed everything still works. No way, just 5 games for it. And then do we still work? Was in this one, I think. There we go. Here we go. Oh, I've got no coffee. That's better work. It's coffee time. Uh-oh. No worky. Maybe bad lucky. Let's try. Yeah, Rusty could make the drinks. He wouldn't make drinks, he'd make food. Let's try a normal game first. Let's see if that was just bad luck. I think we put the chip on the right way. Yes, we have. We've done the 3 traces that have to be the right way. So that game works, so let's just try again. See what might happen as well is maybe when, I can't see because I'm pretty sure these are video RAM. I can't see once they're restored it then not working because of some other trace, but it is possible. Let's just try that again. No, we've loaded this ROM just before, so probably just bad luck maybe on the load. We'll see. If not, then we're going to have to look at around the chip. Yeah, so maybe there's another trace. It's weird that... leave that on while I take a look under here. It's weird that it loaded before but doesn't now we've fixed the traces. That's on the right way. All these are... It's more than likely just we've got another bad trace from sanding it down. Or like I say, we could have where, because we've fixed the video RAM chip, it could then maybe highlight another issue. But it's more than likely just another, either a pin loose or that's on. Nope, they're all good. Those 3 are fine, don't go anywhere else. The only thing I'm going to do, maybe now because that video chip has got all the, yeah, that solder wick I cleared off when I saw it myself, but I was just about to say I'm going to reflow the 6270 anyway, I think, because it's a little bit fluffy, and now we've fixed the traces. Get that up a bit. See how it's like quite fluffy. So because we've repaired this, it now might be operating, whereas before it might have been glitching out, and now it's operating. It might corrupt itself because it can see more of the video memory. So let's give that a go. And you could almost guarantee if I broke those traces again, you'd find that it would work again, but with the same issue. So in fact, let's just, yeah, I'll hot air it. Maybe. Yeah, I think hot air is the best here because it's mainly fluff, if you will. It's like the all that fluff under there, and iron won't necessarily get rid of that fluff, whereas keeping it nice and warm will rebubble and reflow all them pins. And then if not, we'll look for anything obvious in where we've been working. But I'd say if anything, it'll be maybe a broken trace that isn't obvious, like one of them vias that looks fine. We only tested them 3. Maybe when we've sanded, we've exposed another via that's bad. We haven't done any heavy testing as such yet. We've just fixed what we saw and turned it on. So it's well and truly reflowed. And looks clean enough now, I think. And if this still doesn't work, it is checking for trace damage. That's why I say it's best to fully sand down the area, because if one of those traces is damaged from just sanding it down, it was already very weak and it likely wouldn't last, and then we'll end up with a warranty 6 months later for something failing. So you're always best like clearing the area fully so you know it's good. Give that time to cool down. I suppose we're going to look around while we're waiting for that. Maybe digital zoom a bit. So yeah, they look fine. So I'd say, like I say, if anything, it's going to be one of these vias, or more than likely one of these vias is probably bad. We checked them 3. We know the 4th one was fine, but we didn't check after that, so we could have a damaged via there. These 3 could be damaged. There's 300 there, which I don't think will be damaged, hopefully, but they're off. So still a bit warm. Yeah, I don't think we've got any solder blobs, so I think the only thing we could be dealing with if it doesn't work is the it's got to be the vias. Nothing else is damaged looking at it, so you're almost definitely going to be a via issue. That's cool enough. Gains on, power on. Let's see. And I don't think it'll be that. I think it's going to be the vias, but we'll see. You never know. No, so it's going to be almost definitely going to be one of these vias then. It's funny how it doesn't load at all though, because the VDP... Oh, was that a flickering graphic then? Don't think it was, but... how is normal? Yeah, so let's check the vias out. It's going to be almost definitely one of them broken. Let's check the easy ones first. Well, let's just check trace damage first, I guess, not just necessarily vias. Let's go. Let's check these to the edge. Can't really get through that, but that wasn't touched. This then, we can't see. This goes to there, and it isn't joined either side. Goes to there. Just doing basic trace checking first. so none of them are bad in terms of traces. We're just hoping the ones under this chip are good. So now we've really got to check these vias. So that's really something I'm probably just going to have to do like this, so it's easier for me to do. 1, 2, 3. See, the fourth one I'm going to have to touch on there because I can't easily get underneath. That guy there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, he's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is this one. Yep, 5's fine. 6. 4, 5, 6. 6 is broke. Oh, or is it? No, he's fine. Let's go to the other side of the trace to be sure. Yeah, he's definitely fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 7. And 7's the only one we scraped, so this is the only one left that could be faulty, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. 8 maybe. No. So there's no damage traces where we've been working. And everything there's fine. So the game that loads is a oh, nice, thanks for the sub. The game that loads is specific to the SuperGrafx, so it uses both of the VDPs, and it loaded prior to this work, but with corrupt graphics. So we've checked all of these vias, they're all fine. Those 3 are the only broken ones. Those 3 are fine. So the only real way to prove it's something else, in a sense, doesn't get as much further, but it's to purposely maybe lift one of these pins to prevent it working the same, and see if it then kicks in again with corrupt graphics. Because what could happen is, once it can actually talk to this chip, it could be as well that this chip is faulty as well as the corruption. So once it's working, it then corrupts the data and then nothing shows. But I wouldn't usually expect that. I'm expecting to find something else, but there's no obvious shorts. So maybe the simplest thing is for me to just lift this tracer man. Maybe just lift him off so he's no longer connected. And let's just see, with one pin missing, if this helps. So that over the top. Yeah, you can get VIA rivets. I rarely have to do VIA trace repair, to be honest. And when I do, you can just usually sand down the vias and blob over. You don't need to drill through. It's very rare you have to do that. And by the time you've drilled through, it's not much more work to just attach the wire. So it's not something I've ever really bothered with. This is all correct. That's on. So this has now got technically a corrupt top chip. At least, I know we've got 3 traces, 2 we've recovered, but let's just see if with 1 off alone it causes it to boot with corrupt graphics. If not, I might just take that chip off completely. Interesting. I think we may be just overlooking something here. Something just doesn't quite add up with fixing them traces. So yeah, flipping to that mode. Oh, interesting. I've flipped the mode at the back and the ROM has still worked. Why has that worked? I've flicked the switch at the back, which this one I thought was the thing that tells you whether to load PC Engine or TurboGrafx cards, just in case I'd messed flicking that when we were working on it, and in which case then maybe it wouldn't load the game. Yeah, typical. So I know obviously the guy in here that knows more about these than me. What does a switch actually do then? Is that literally the SuperGrafx mode or not? Because I presumed that was the TurboGrafx switch versus the PC Engine hue card switch. Just a presumption. Obviously that's wrong. I think that's going to be the turbo. Something to do with enabling this SuperGrafx mode, and I've been messing with it, telling somebody what it is while we've been fixing this, and that's been the real difference. So the likelihood is this is fixed. We just needed to move that switch back to where it was. And a new lie flat. Am I trying to fix the wrong tracy? It's that one, isn't it? Easier to maybe tack him onto there first. Come on, making a pixie with this. Just get on the pin. There we go. It's because I've got the conformal coating in the way, haven't I? I'm wondering what I'm doing. I'm trying to solder through the conformal coating, so that's where I lift him up out the way. I was like, why is the solder not going down? It's been sticking it on top of UV glue. There we go. Turns out it solders when you move the UV glue out the way. Oh well, this is I think I need to clear this area of all that glue. Part of the reason why I don't normally like to put that down, because it makes working on it a bit harder. Intervene switch, it disables the VDC. So disabling that stops the game working either way, whatever we're doing. So disables, yeah, so I presume it's literally disabling the chip we've just fixed then, basically, isn't it? Stopping those games working. Having fun trying to get this trace back down this time, I can tell you that much. Maybe the wire's just got, this wire might have some of that UV coating on, so it just doesn't want to stick now. There we go, yeah, it was just the UV coating was on the wire. There we go. Not quite as straight as the last one, but he's on and not touching anything. It's a win for me. Let's try again. So, learn something new. So I've learned quite a bit on this one, with it being like the third one I've been on. We now know. So I presume it can load any region. Must have an auto switcher on here then, in some way. Because... Or does it only load PC Engine games? Does it not? Yeah, that makes more sense. It's only going to load PC Engine games, isn't it? Not TurboGrafx. So it's a PC Engine. I think my confusion is, at the start when I first worked on these, I kept thinking it was an American console. And I still have that in my head, so I still keep thinking it's something to do with TurboGrafx, and it's nothing to do with that. So it's a PC Engine. That's why the flash card has to be on the PC Engine. And this switch that I kept thinking was a region switch is just disabling that VDP. So that makes a lot more sense, and then this should now work. Then I can get my coffee, because I'm absolutely gasping for a drink. Do you guys want me to stay on, maybe? Jump on another console? Or jump on some Game Gears for a little bit? Or shall I just end the stream? There we go. That's what the game should look like. Oh, pause. Let's have a go. Oh, is that that's a level up ship. I was like, why can't I kill that ship? It was one for me. Oh yeah, I really need to set up my PC Engine. These games are ace. They're like PC games. Like, these are my kind of games. Yeah, the issue was, thanks to the guy in chat that knows a lot more than I do about these. Has been a great help on these. That switch at the back I kept thinking was a region switch. It doesn't. It disables that VDP. It disables the second VDP. So that I must have, at some point while we've been repairing those traces, decided to explain to somebody what the switch was, even though I explained it wrong, and left it turned off. So I disabled that VDP. That's why it wasn't loading. But yeah, again, this all comes down to oh, the boss has appeared. This all comes down to experience. This is one of the consoles I'm not massively versed on. So now we know that, we'll remember it for the next one. Yeah, it's a good point. Why would you want to actually disable it? Maybe it's just to save power and stop leaving the VDP running for no reason. Maybe. Don't keep going. Oh, slave drivers. Now I'm gonna have to get a coffee before we carry on then. Cool. I'll leave that then on screen a minute. Let me just go grab a coffee because I'm gasping. And then we'll build this one back up and jump on another one. And again, thanks for the guy in the chat for all the help on that one. It's been really useful. That's one hell of a strong coffee. Didn't mean to make it that strong. I've got a monster. Right, back in 2 seconds. Right then, let's go. Yeah, so clearly see I've changed beam. The weird thing with this is I'd made 2 of these fine, and then the last 2 or 3 is coming out like absolute syrup, so I'm having to keep increasing the grind slowly. But I could have sworn I've only made a few at the grind setting I've got, but no, I think it's got to just be ground too fine. I presume with it coming out like literal tar, like you can see, not much creamer and really tarry. Tastes completely fine though. But yeah, that one's fun. Right, so we fixed this one. All good. Did we find out why you disable, like what the point of that switch is, basically? Like, why would you want to disable that, other than, like, say, maybe is it a physical switch to not apply power, or is it just a chip disable switch, in which case kind of what's the point? I guess we'll find out at some point. That's that off. Right, that's off there, out the way. Just catch up on messages and Slack a minute as well. You can go off. Sorry, I keep making noise. Need to order SD cards before I forget. Right, so that bit's done. I'm going to keep him in the PC Engine tub because he's useful. Just order some more SD cards before I forget to do this. Keep forgetting to do it. I'm only going to end up forgetting again if I don't do it now. Go behind there. That's on there. Yeah, I don't think I should have probably. Well, I'll tell you what, while it's here, let's quickly test, see if it has anything to do with power draw. And I've just grabbed it away, but let me get that back out. Just do a quick test. We don't even need the AV stuff, I just need to turn this back on. Let's just see if it does anything to power draw, out of curiosity. I want brackets with that master system too. I'll just make a phone call as well a second, because let's put you on mute a minute while I make a phone call. Yeah, CD32 cap kits I'll have shortly. I love how the missus just hangs up. I was mid-conversation. I said, just leave that with me when I'm on stream, and then just hung up. No, like, bye, okay, or just boom, just ends the call. Right, let me order these SD cards. So I need a few of these. Yeah, 5 of them maybe. And oh yeah, so power draw. We are on 7 volts, 280 milliamps with that switch on and a flash cart in. Turn off, and that's enabled. Turn off the switch. It draws more power with it disabled. Nothing notable though. 5-10 milliamps. So no, does nothing at all for power draw. So I don't know why you'd even want that switch. Makes no sense. Morning, welcome in. Let's just screw this together. Yeah, I've got probably got another hour at most because everybody's now chasing me for stuff. I've got people turning up for work and all kinds of stuff. And I've got emails starting to grow. But we'll do something else still. I mean, I could do with getting this order out probably because this is the this is one customer who sent 2 things in. There's an Atari 2600, so it makes sense to get that fixed. Even though Zach's capable of doing that, I'd normally just leave that one for Zach to do. I might just get it done. So let's build this up a minute. Metal cage back on. Where did this go is the question. What part was this covering? It's going to be a good one to figure out, that is. Because that just came off when we lifted it off, didn't it? So this was on this way, over to there. I'm pretty sure this was underneath. And then the metal cage goes on that, but I don't think it was on this side of the metal cage. It almost looks like it wants to be somewhere on this front piece. I'm going to guess it's maybe under here. No. What would it be guarding? Doesn't appear to fit anywhere obvious. Maybe just... No, I'll have to Google this one. Anyone know where that goes? I can't see any obvious place where these notches lock into anything. You don't fit the width of anything. The only thing it fits the width of is like that, which obviously isn't right. And I'm sure when we lifted it out, this was on here, that way. And I'm sure when we lifted it out, it was under there, I want to say. Although I could be wrong. I think it was maybe under that. Maybe, like that, to stop connection. Around there, port at the back on the bottom. So this, like here, but underneath maybe. And that would be over there. Can't be obviously there because of the screw holes. I mean, we know that was off either way. There we go. It wasn't on this side because we had to take the screws off first. So it's got to have been under there, hasn't it, basically? But I don't see the purpose in that. Is it just literally like a... I really don't see where that goes. Doesn't fit down the groove, it'd have to sit on top, which again makes no real sense. Obviously not serving much of a purpose whatever it's doing, but maybe like that. Paste it in Discord. Ooh, nice, because I'd be here for a while figuring this one out. Took me longer to find this than it did to fix it. There we go, sweet. So, oh, so it did, oh yeah. So like that. There you go. You can tell when it locks in. So, so that's, that bit goes like around there, but not super accurate. So it's to stop the power port, obviously, that touching nothing. So they were obviously concerned about maybe that metal at some point touching that, like the power in touching that, because it's close there, I guess. So that's probably the point of it, I'd say. Right then, so screws, we have 3, 4 in the back. One, 2. The third one was on his own somewhere, or was he at the front? He was just at the back, wasn't he? 2 at the back. Actually, I don't think it's them either. It's not them. It's these 2 down here. That's it. Metal cage back over. And then back cover on. That's it. All on. And then, yeah, we'll have a quick look at the Atari 2600, I think. I might start a brand new TikTok because what's the point in the TikTok that you can't go live on? Like, just my account is clearly just permo banned with just, oh, you're selling stuff. So I might just gut that TikTok and start a fresh one. Ah, nice. The game slot for the re-PCB or original, or yeah, it's got to be that, isn't it? What are you fitting it into? Are you fitting it into an original, or are you doing the re-PCB build? Ooh, thanks for the follow. The new PCB, nice. I might do, well, I was going to do that on stream, but I was going to do like a VA4 install guide as well for the new clean screen, but I don't know, I might do that. Yeah, I'm going to leave the Atari 2600 to Zach because that's easy enough for him to do. And what's he done on his desk? Xbox, but yeah, I don't think he'll mind. And then I can get on to, mind you, do I want to do an install guide? I don't know if I want to do the hand-wired VA45. Yeah, I think I prefer it over an Atari. Let's do that. So that's that fixed. Let's get, there's my VA45s in the other room. Oh, you know that stream? Just waiting on the stereo speaker. Cool. You know that stream where I did all of these and put them nicely in view, and I said I was going to screenshot it? It's nowhere to be seen. I'm sure YouTube deletes some of my streams. So when I said I was going to capture all, I put them all, figured out all the order, got them all on screen. I come to screenshot them yesterday so I could do it. Just can't find that video anywhere. So they're all gone. Right, so what we need to do, I need to do an install guide on at least one of them, ideally two of them, but at least one of them. And it needs to be on the original. So the problem is these need to work as well. It's kind of a pain. That's why I haven't bothered with the VA4 stuff. I do have one that says fully working, I think, anyway. At least one. VA5. Let's see if maybe... I could be lazy as well, not even recap it. Let's just see if I can get this one working, if nothing else. Do I have the clean juice anywhere? Let's nick one from Zach. The only downside to the clean juice AAs is having a nice little bench power supply, because the clean juice you can just use like this with one battery, and then you've got like a nice little portable setup for testing consoles. So the only thing I miss going to the AAs is kind of need them for powering from bench, but I suppose you could. No, you couldn't. Yeah, it's kind of downside of that. I'll probably tape this to there actually so it doesn't flap around. Stick on. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. The clean juice AA, I don't know whether we've got a way to just inject like a lipo, even if it's just to rig it for the, you know, people that do repairs and want to rig it on the desk. I'd have to look at my schematic and think. I don't think there's a boost buck on there. I think there's just a buck regulator. Right, so this is VA4 Majesco, which is, to be honest, it says Korea. It's a VA5. Actually, it's not obvious it's a VA5, but now I work on them, I know it is. So I'll probably take that sticker off and maybe reapply them after. But we've got to try and get this working first. So we have a speaker down here. I just want this to work because I don't want to have to repair when I've got to do an install video. Sonic 2. VA4 So normally VA5s, you have a rectangle here with there you go. So that's a normal VA5 where you've got that chip there. And then a VA4 is everything else. So like, obviously if it's not a VA45, this is the first telltale sign. 3155682 is a VA45. So if you see 82 at the end, it's not a VA012. And then out of the VA4 and 5s then, I think the rule of thumb is basically VA4 is upright, VA5 is horizontal. That's pretty much the giveaway. But most VA5s have this, is where I used to look at it. But all you need to look at, 82 horizontal VA5, 82 horizontal VA5, 82 vertical VA4. That's pretty much, that's how you'll tell. So with a VA5, let's see if we can get this working. This on the clean juice as well. I never bothered making a double adapter on here because one, we don't have room, and two, these VA45s are almost never seen for me. But if you want to use a clean juice on them, you can. You just have to push this plastic out the way or cut it off. Look at this wire and make sure when you're connecting it that the wire that's missing, so see how this wire here is missing in between, so we don't have this wire, that goes to the top. So it goes in the opposite way you'd think, because with that wire missing, and you come to try and connect it onto this, the pins are further away so they don't fit in. So see how it's like wanting to hit the plastic, so you're tempted to turn it around and plug it in because it looks like it fits that way. That kills the board, I think. So you just push it. What I do is get it on the edge of that plastic white and push away. So I'm pushing like down to bend the white plastic out the way, and then just get the pins in like that. So it's awkward. And then this is super tight, so you don't need to go far. Just push it down a little bit like that. And that's my proper hackish way of fitting it. I'd recommend instead you just replace this ribbon with the power ribbons we sell. That's like if you're going to use it properly, I'd probably do that. But for just repairing, that'll do me for now. Flip over, game in. Are we going to get a game load? Nothing at all. Are we going to get game audio? I actually think the game audio is the same as well. I'm going to presume you have to push down and push in. Maybe. Absolutely nothing. No audio, no sound. No contrast. Yeah, absolutely nothing. No. I think this is shorting out. I don't know how much I can be bothered to, like I say, fix this versus finding a working one so we can do the install guide. Because I don't need to fix this. I just need to do it for an install guide. And actually, I do need to fix one because I need one so that I can check the clean screen works on all different versions of board, including originals. So I kind of need to. And the obvious thing is to recap first. But let's just see if anything's getting obviously hot. Oh yeah, 100 degrees. My clean screen is, yeah, so the usual suspect. We're gonna have a bad screen, aren't we? Where are you? Turn on 100 degrees on this, which is backlight, and this, so backlight. So we've got Q12 and backlight circuit knackered, which means the screen is knackered, which we don't really care about. Let's get audio and then do a clean screen. So take this off first. And see if that's enough to get this thing to turn on with audio at least. Right, that's now no longer got that. The board's obviously still hot because there you go. So now we've got Sonic. Simples. That's my hack of a fix. It's told you it's never the caps. Nothing is ever caps. When people say, why don't you recap things half the time, or it's never my first suspect for any fix ever, anywhere. Even on Game Gears where the caps are always bad. It's never the caps. The caps is the thing that makes you feel good and make you think you've done something, but it's almost never the problem on anything. I removed the 2 transistors on the backlight contrast circuit, I believe. I don't even know because I haven't even looked at the VA4 5 stuff that much. But looking at roughly where they are, the fact they're in a pair, and the fact I've worked on that often, basically these 2 transistors were getting 100 degrees. So almost always the stuff in this area is contrast circuit. So normally as well, but yeah, it's going to this transformer going up here. So this is the high voltage transformer. So it's this. So it won't be the screen as such. It'll be this backlight, the actual tube, or this is arced internally, which is then pulling these low. But either way, we're going to clean screen it, so none of that matters. So I took those two off. We now boot with audio, which is all I care about. So we can do what I wanted to do, which is a kind of little... The thing is, this should be a guide as such for the VA4 clean screen. So if I'm going to do it, I need to finish the job. I need to actually... Because what I'm going to end up doing is lining this up on stream again, saying we'll use this as photos, and then YouTube's going to delete it and I won't be able to get my photos back. So I need to finish the guide today if I'm going to do it properly. So let's start with a proper guide. I can't really do the shell. I'm just going to have to get somebody else to do a photo because I don't have a shell. Or just photograph a generic shell. You're meant to cut the top post there. I've got to be honest, I've got most of the guide on the V3. I have actually got the guide on the V3 of what you need to do. So the main thing is the wiring, not necessarily what you need to remove. So it does actually say on the guide what we need to do removing components wise. I should probably recap this because I'm going to be using this as one of mine as well when it's installed. So recapping is probably smart. So he's got to come out. Let's get these caps off for the sake of it. Get my little rubber mat back before I damage me JBC mat. So all of these, what have we got? 100. I don't think any of these matter bar. The ones we're not going to use, so that one. Ooh, thanks for the sub. I am going to put the hundreds on first. Come on, don't you stick on. There we go. I'm going to put the hundreds on there, and then I know everything else can have all the little one. Did you ask a question? If you've asked a question I haven't answered, I've missed it, just ask again. Right, so that's 100 there. Yeah, I'm just going to remove all the caps that are going to end up with 100 microfarad on. And then I know what's left, I can just chuck on the 10s. Because the ones on this aren't needed because we're swapping the screen. So 10, 10, 10, that's a 22. In fact, actually, if you weren't a sub, we wouldn't see your message either, I think. Or did I re-enable the chat? I probably just missed it if you asked a question and I haven't answered. And so hundreds going on, and then we'll leave. I'll put 22s on where all the 10s are, give it a bit more juice. So let's go on here. Fume extraction. Oh shit. Just chucked a load of useless caps in my tub instead of the bin. Zoom in a bit. There we go. Time for some monster, I think. You've sent one in for a send-in service. Let me take a look. If you've got an order number, let me know. I'll take a look in a second. Normally the turnaround is 3 to 4 weeks on average. We've had, well, we're probably running for the most part, other than really long repairs that I'm on. Oh, I never finished adding these to the basket. SD cards I didn't finish. Other than orders I have to work on, which are 40 odd days old, for about 3 weeks. Processing right the order. Yeah, just chuck the order number here. It's fine. It doesn't expose anything. And I'll take a look for you now. We've got quite a lot of consoles in, always, but Zach's not too far off. I'm more behind than Zach, so mine are. This one I'm working on. Well, the one we just worked on is 44 days old, for example. 55743. It is your third priority on the non-priority list, if that makes any sense. But basically we have a list where things get pushed into urgent and attention, which are older orders and prestigious. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 6 attentions, which are like desperate to be done because they're built to orders. Then we've got 13 urgent, so I've just done one of them, so there's 11. So, and then yours is after that, there's 3 more. So there's effectively 13, 19, 20, there's 21 orders before it. GameCube is done, waiting on being built. Saturn's got to be done. GBA's been done there. Xbox is on his desk. GameCube, so I'd say realistically you're still 10 days away, I'd say. But let me double check we've actually got it as well. We should have, obviously. Yeah, box. Where is he? Yeah, he's here, isn't he? So it's going to be, I'm going to say, this one. Where are we? This will be your order. So we've got him, but he's unless I get time in the next day or two to just chuck him in on a stream, then it'll be still 10 days plus, but I'll see how free I am if I can do him on stream, whether I get the time or not. Packaging will always, when they come in boxes as well, we'll always package them back up in like DHL boxes and stuff. They never go, like, we always treat all consoles regardless of price, like they're important to the customer. What's it actually come in for as well? Shall I just read the notes? Palnares, flashing red light. To be honest, I'll see if while I'm on stream, it's going to be a long stream though then. I don't know. I was going to say if I see if on stream I can get Zach open it and then I'll fix it, but he's already got other things on his desk as well, so I'll see if I can do a stream on it in the next day or so for you. It's almost definitely going to be the cartridge pins needing a service, like a full service. But yeah, we've got it safe and it'll get done. Gotta love having this iron where you can just swap hands. This is normally really awkward, but I've managed to tack him in that side, so I can now do that side. Full base clean, region free. Yep, I've just read the order notes myself on the order, so I'll try and do a video on it, stream on it tomorrow maybe. See how far I get. Yeah, it's a very classic issue with the cartridge port. I'll service it. I could do this. I could do it, but like I say, we've got. It's like with all the consoles. There's a lot of them that just aren't a lot of work, but we've just got so many consoles. So it's one of them. Like, some people just won't want to wait or think it's a simple job, but when you've got 100+ consoles in, they're all simple jobs. It's just getting. You can't bump everybody up a list all the time, otherwise you'd never be getting to the complicated jobs. But it's not far off now, and it'll be worth the wait because it's going to be done right, and you're not risking it with, I guess, an unknown company. You can see our work being done, so we know what we're doing. Unless it's Game Gear VDPs, and then I'm going to kill it. Alright, so that 1 microfarad is for the old screen that we're not using, so I'm just leaving them off. This iron's just so good though. Like, no flux, not even bothering clean my tip, not bothering get anything in the right order or angle, and it just solders so well. There's like just fillets on every joint. Just such a good iron. Have I missed any caps there? We got one here. There we go. Oh, nice. Another subby. Just as I was saying, we've lost about 20 subs on Twitch from nowhere. I'll gain a few back. Unless that was YouTube again. I think it was Twitch, wasn't it, that one? Yeah, Twitch seems pretty harsh. It's like I've been too busy to do streams for a couple of weeks. I only fit a few in, like, that's it, all your subs disappear. It's like just relentless. Oh, there we go. That is all of the hundreds on. So now let's get the... Oh, no way. I got a random number of 100 microfarad caps out on the desk. I used exactly every one that was on the desk. So now we just need to do all the others I can now pull off and put 10s on. So let's maybe zoom out a bit. And off we go. Not bothered about melting this thing because it's coming off. Two over here. Not sure what's happened to him. He's got random, looks like old school rosin flux on the top of him. Got some 22s on here. PS2s, the reason we don't work on them is because literally as you open them up, they can fall apart. Like the PS2 fats are that fragile that what we tend to find is literally things as simple as that. People will send them in for the internal battery. You can open them up and the blue connectors that go to the drive or power button just flake off and break. And then you're stuck in a cycle of having to spend your time and money repairing stuff that wasn't charged for originally. For a job that didn't cost much, and that was so frequent with the PlayStation 2s that we just stopped working on the fats for that reason. Your best place to ask is in our Discord. If there's anybody in there that, you know, will do that for you. It's just one of them things we had to take kind of a hard and fast rule on. If we ended a lot of consoles, and then as usual everybody wanted them, and then we started accepting the odd one, and then it's instantly just went back to what it was. So we have to just blanket refuse to work on stuff we ended on the site, otherwise we don't keep up with work. That's pretty much the reason we won't work on some things. Just we get too busy if we do. It's like PS3s, the PS3s we can't really warranty the work because they all come in for RSX failures, and then you can fix them, but they won't last because the RSXs are all internally fracturing. So it's something you can't warranty, and people would have them and then 6 months later say it doesn't work and expect the repair for free, and you end up down a rabbit hole. Plus, we'd get that many in. We'd literally get like 10 PS3s in a week when we opened it up for repairs. So it's just one of them. We pick and choose the consoles that we can keep up on and actually repair and warranty. And PlayStation, pretty much every PlayStation since PlayStation 1, I don't like. Like PS1 is ace. PS2 Slim's okay. Everything else I hate about PlayStation. Repairing and gaming side. I pretty much moved to Microsoft after the PlayStation 1. Well, I think we've done. Yeah, PS3 Slim Frankenstein mod is your only option if you really want a fat. But then you're basically taking a PS3 Slim out of the scene anyway to do that. So right, that's the one. We've got one there we've got to add. And everything else is done. Well, the recap's done, then it's on to the actual job, which is a clean screen install guide, which I'm sure people will be happy about, because you know what they're going to ask for though as soon as I've done this. When's the ribbon out? I've got to finish that. Probably next week now, or the weekend. I've done the shape, I just need to wire the pins in and order them, so we're basically there with the ribbon. Yeah, sort of. When's it coming? Next year. Right, before I forget to do this bit, on the VA4 5s, the only lethal thing is you've got to cut the traces on this wheel, both sides. So if you don't, you will kill the clean screen. You've got, that's 5 volt. These are the 2 pins. Can't remember what this one is. If it even goes anywhere, I don't think it does. But these two, see how there's a trace here, but then you flip over. And then, oh, of course, I've got the model where there isn't a trace there. But usually, there's basically a trace. Oh, there is. So see that trace there? You've got to make sure that you cut the traces on the wheel, both sides of the board. Is effectively the answer there. So we've got to get our trusty Hotto, how do you say that anyway? Hotto or Hotto. And grind through that. And see how these tips are junk. So actually the tip I use the smaller one. This I find is good for eating through traces, but actually it's a bit, I think this tip's a bit big. This ball tip eats through traces, but it's massive. Better not use that. See if I can find a better tip. Let's go with, let's try one of these grindy ones. Oh, don't tell me I've got to change the end again. Bear with me a minute while I try and change my... It's an excuse to buy another one, but it is just an excuse really, because yeah. Is that this thing? Got 2 size ends in. So because I wouldn't have to do this if I brought another one, I might end up buying another one. Yeah, you have to grind them away for both models, but the VA4 5 specifically is one where people get confused because there's, I think that's knackered, that tip. There's traces both sides, so it's an easy thing where people will grind one side and forget the other. So now, let's try this thing. that's a thick trace. I suppose that's because that's the ground plane, but still doesn't look blatantly clean cut, but it is. No, it isn't. There we go. Yeah, these Chinesium tips are just poor. Like they're just. That's not even going to grind me. That's just. You can grind skin. It's like we need some decent ones. So like I say, I brought the decent tips, and these are just shite. See if we've got any good ones. I know the best one for grinding away traces is oh, where is he? I lent him Zach and I haven't got it back. This is the one, and it's nothing to do with the grinder, it's this tip. Really aggressive. This is like a metal burr tip normally. So this is the one that'll go through traces in no time. So that trace, for example, there. There we go. But it's just about the quality tips, really. You just have to get a tip that's good quality. So that's them two traces done. On the top, and well, on the, yeah, technically the top, that is. And then you go the other side and you realise you've got these traces. So you need to cut these as well. Just mute, funnily enough, I'll mute this while I answer the phone and you can not have to do the grinding as well. There we go. So you have to basically cut all them traces, top and bottom, to make sure there's no connection. Otherwise, like I say, that will kill the clean screen. A better way, realistically, would be to probably just take the wheel off. I'd just lift the wheel off and then leave the two outer pins connected. Actually, no, you can't do that. Because if you take, well, you could, because it's mounted here. So you could take the wheel out, straighten the legs, and leave these two as the anchor points, and then the other pins slide over, but or get a re-PCB and take the ASIC off, then you don't have to do that. So that bit's done. That's removed now. Just need to remove the old screen now. Let's take this off actually. And then we now have the old screen. Actually, let's get the screen off first. Flip it over, put a bend in like that, and then hot air this off. Yeah, I think that if it's a UK console, I've never opened a VA4 I had to get these shipped internationally just so I could make the code for the clean screen, because you just never find them in the UK. I don't think they even, I presume they were never even released in the UK. I'd say with how many I've done, it's almost a guarantee they weren't in the UK, because like I said, I've never had one, and we've got to have done thousands of Game Gear by now. And the only ones I've ever had VA4 are send-ins from internationals, or me buying these, like specifically getting these from America so we could actually write the code for them. That's old screen, off he goes. Then if you hot air it off, you can be pretty much guaranteed these pins are fine. So you're not going to end up with accidental shorts because you haven't touched it with a soldering iron. I think VA4 are American, I'm going to guess, because I know we've got our audience in America a lot as well. So whether it's just coincidence, but I'd say they were mainly Americans, I guess. And there's a whole thing, isn't there? A company basically brought the rights to produce the Game Gear, and the idea was to make it cheaper, so the updated ports, and the idea was to make it a cheaper Game Gear to produce. And yet, ironically, they made a new ASIC, which would have cost tons of money to do. I'm just going to look up the original guide now. On the wiki. I still need to check out these SD cards. Posty, have you got that? I'm just about to drop £700 on a few SD cards. What the hell has gone on with what's going on with the cost of SD cards? I've got like just a couple of SD cards, two 1 terabyte, five 512, nearly 700 quid. That's insane. I live in US and so forth. Well, obviously VA1. Yeah, I think they're still rare in the US as well. They were end of life, like near the end of the Game Gear's life, so there just won't be as many about. I'll just mute again while I get this call. See, I told you, once it gets late in the day, this gets crazy. Right, we're back again. So let me just double check on this guide. We haven't missed anything. So this is the V3 guide, basically the same idea, but obviously for the V4. So this is only a 5-volt point for some boards. So whether it's on this one or not, it is. So we've got 5-volt there, but there's some VA5s that don't have this pad, so not necessarily a universal point. That's a 5-volt pad, which, to be honest, I don't think you need to cut the top pad on that, but I honestly can't remember, so cut it for safety. Actually, that's a point. Yeah, I'll have to think about that for the ribbon. Ignore that, has nothing to do with what we're doing. So 5-volt point is there. We don't really care about the points for now. Ground, switches, blah, blah, blah. Start by, yeah, it's all soldering. Yeah, so we don't need to cut the top trace. Another one I've butchered at the top, and that's it, really. So you do need to cut this thick one, the ground. You don't need to cut the top one. In fact, it might even... I don't know if it's going to make a difference. We'll see. Ignore that. But yeah, definitely cut the middle 2 traces. Solder to there, and there, and there. Yeah, so we haven't missed anything. It's literally just take the old screen off. What we've done, take these fuses out. And you know, you mentioned you couldn't sometimes get the clean screen to sit flush. It's these fuse holes. If you don't completely clean them and make them flush, then this little bit of solder here will stick up and stop the screen sitting flush. So you need to make sure you fully desolder wick these fuse holes, because that's where the clean screen sits over. So on these now, clearing both sides. Like I've got something stuck in that hole still. My thing froze as well. I think. Oh yeah, I think the Bluetooth had froze. That wasn't moving, or has that only just pushed power through? Yeah, it's working now either way. Yeah, I think you mentioned something. I don't know when it was about like trying to get sometimes the screen not sitting flush or things, or the board in general. I know for the clean screen, if you don't clear these holes, then that's the problem you have. This temperature, no, this is, well, yes and no. This is real feedback from the iron, so it's real Bluetooth temperature, but it only reports it I think twice a second or once a second. So knowing that it's a once a second thing, it smooths the animation, so it expects when you pick up the iron, it knows the first feedback it gets is going to be a second until the next feedback comes in. So I've made the animations time perfectly with the 1 second curve. So if we then look at this graph, this is like super nice and smooth then, and shows all the graph power curve and stuff being smooth, but technically you're only getting an update once every second, so, or twice a second. So the bits between, like that drop, is it's not predictive, it's right, it's just it animates over, it's a second behind basically, and animates smoothly. So if we wanted faster feedback, I'd have to disable the smooth animation to get like your iron a bit more responsive. Yeah, this is literally I've wrote the software for the JBC iron. I just figured out how it all worked, so this is dedicated to working with that iron. Right, so that's off. Now I need a clean screen getting into position, I guess. No, you can pair it. Let me show you. PC, big PC. So there's my software. You can go to settings, or rather there, change disconnects from the iron, and this is just a Bluetooth scan, and it isolates it based on the IDs that the irons are. And I'll probably disconnected my iron and it won't find it now, no matter look. So is he still connected? Oh, it won't show you a different iron because it's already connected to that one. So basically, let me check I'm still connected. Yeah, so the pop-up UI will scan for more irons, but it'll ignore the one that you already connected to, so it doesn't confuse you. And then this you can close, he says, and this should stay working. Yeah, so the browser links work even though the app isn't open. So that's how that works. Right, let's get a clean screen on this. Oh, that might be the GameCube shell as well. No, it doesn't look like it, does it? Look at that photos as well, and I'll take over it. I think it's you can guess looking at it, it's got a clean comp mod, but something isn't working. Review it if it powers up and shows or not, and then if it's open, I can jump on it while I'm on stream. Then. Oh, sorry, there. That's Pokemon Emerald, I think. That probably wants opening to do internationals for a game. Am I good at maths? I used to be. Used to be better than I am now. Used to be one of my favourite things, but I wouldn't say I was never anything special, but I suppose it's mainly from like doing software when you're young and you're doing algorithms in the software. You know more than people your age, but then that's about as far as I take it. Nothing crazy. Are they the old ones? The V3s? Oh, we haven't got a single V4 here. Oh.
Is this some?
Screens up right up here for green screen. One of the V4s at all. I'll throw that one out, maybe.
Where are you going?
You'll be off. Spotted. I've got one in my room, luckily. So we can install this one. These are the new injection molded brackets now. So we got proper, same thing the Game Gear is made out of. So let's get this in. So this goes over. Over there, and then they line up with basically them holes, them 4 holes. This flips over, easier to show on this one then, and that sits there. So we have to place that there, flip that over, line them up, and use the screws. I think the kit comes with screws as well, but you can use the original screws as well. And once you've got 2 in, it's all in position. We can screw the rest in. Three screws will do. I'm just going to update this as well before we do anything else. So I've actually got something connected to the PC already. So if we open up the new website, put that above there. So GGCS for Game Gear Clean Screen .retro6.co.uk. Plug it into a computer with a USB. If you're going to do this directly, don't have a power board plugged in, otherwise your power board will smoke. Then click connect and select it here, and then that'll connect. And this isn't the latest. I should have a little update here. It's obviously I've got a regression bug that's not showing it, but if you go to settings, reload, yeah, my little auto update thing that normally says you've got an update isn't working, but in this drop down we've got beta 5 I've just released. So if I go to show you that, normally I'll fix it later, but when you go into the page like this, oh, there you go, it's actually saying it at the top, upgrade available. I didn't notice that. Oh, now it is. Wasn't before, I'm sure. Unless it was a cached version. So you've got an update everywhere telling you. Click the update, click upgrade, click next. Yes, I can see browse. You basically have to go to the RP2350 drive and select it and allow it, and then click upgrade. And then that will basically just go through the upgrade process. And then when it's done, it will reset. Yeah, the new clean screen AA. These things you can connect a ribbon. So this ribbon cable connects to there and to the power board, and then you can basically plug in the power to the actual built-up Game Gear. That's the way forward. That's like how it's designed to be used. This is just if you don't have a clean use AA. So we select it from the list. Now it's upgraded, and there we go, successful. Close and power cycle. I'm going to ignore my own advice and not power. There we go. So now we're on beta 5, and it shows we have a VA012 because nothing's wired in, so it doesn't know what we've got. This will now auto detect as well. Morning, welcome in. So before we had the older code, you had to solder this little bridge here. If you were using a VA4, now it's fully automatic. It just detects what version you've soldered it to and switches, and then the PC software will tell you what you're working with. So that's all good. That's updated. So now we can solder in these lovely wires, which is the guide that, in fairness, I'm amazed anyone's managed to do this hand wiring, because I've never made a guide since I released it, and I've never had time, and this is like the 3rd batch we've made, and there's still no guide for the VA45, so...
Have these not got letters?
Right, so let's get some of these wires on. Basically, I'm going to probably just go to the ASIC, maybe. Or, because you can go to these. People will find it easier to go to these pads. I suppose, maybe. I don't know which we do. The ASIC Universal, these change all the time, so I think it's better just go to the ASIC, I think. So, but let's see if I can use... I don't know whether I'm going to be able to use my thick wire that's color-coded, because it's going to be too thick, I'm sure. Pretty sure if we get like this wire, it's usable. I just wouldn't normally use it because, yeah, it's just usable. I should really use enamel for this because we're going to be attaching like 5 or 6 wires in a row, but you can watch me struggle instead. So let's open up the wiki again. I think I've got the wiki guide with it. Yeah, so that's the image we care about. For now, we'll attach these wires. There's also the SMS pin here. I think I've just done the ribbons, so I'm sure we can pick up SMS from here, which I might do. Which would be, let me just get the pin out. It's basically the same pin out as the normal Game Gear, not the VA4 5. Oh, thanks for the sub. We go to Sega. Oh, taking the PC off the screen. Sega Game Gear normal. Go to reading game cart, which is where I've got all the pinouts. And then we go to the 1 ASIC. This is the exact same pinout as the VA4 5, with the exception of just the data pins down the bottom here. So this is exactly the same pinout, other than ignore these. Like these row of pins here, ignore. Everything else is the same. So we've got SMS here, got LCD here, which I think, if I remember rightly, we ground the LCD pin, I want to say. Or maybe we don't. We'll see. We'll ignore it, but we'll do the SMS pin, which is the second pin in first. And then we need to attach wires for these. So let's get some wires on here. Data pins we'll do, doesn't really matter what order or colour we do them in, as long as they're unique. But for VSync we'll use yellow, because it is yellow. So we'll do, don't know, this length. Yeah, that's fine. Probably best.
For us, Luke.
Not yet, no. I'm still on stream, so I'll have a look after. I should have one. But I should have one, but I'll find, like, I'll only be about an hour and then I'll come and sort it.
Is that we have?
Right, so let's attach. Let's see first if I can even do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 pins in. Let's see if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the first trace that we see, which doesn't look like the first trace on that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it definitely is. So 8 pins in. Let's see if we can attach this wire or not. Probably need to use tweezers to hold it where I want. Because I'm just thinking this will be nicer for the install guide because you've got colour. I think I want that shorter. I want it just the tiniest bit. I probably want to zoom right in as well. There we go. Yeah, the ribbons I'm making, I've done the outline yesterday. That's why I was grumpy on that KiCad stuff, because I'd just been using KiCad to make the ribbon outline. There we go, so that attaches nice and solid. So we can use this wire, it's going to be awkward putting them all next to each other. Yeah, I won't release it if you carry on. So that's rock solid. I wouldn't normally attach it this side first either. So, I mean, the fact we can do it, I'll probably leave this side till last now. because I don't want to be bending on them pins. So we know we can do it. So let's attach it all to the clean screen side first, and then we'll come back to that side. So we have, let's tack the pins we need. We're going to do 5 volt and ground the other side. In fact, let's do the other side first, that's easier. We'll come back to this side. So we've got the 2, start, wheel, wheel, 5 volt and ground. We can get rid of that image as well. You don't need to see the image all the time. I'm going to show you where it goes. Ground, 5 volt. SMS, I'm going to go the other side. So they're the pins we're going to use this side. The wheel, I'm going to use white and grey. Yeah, no, it's just we stripped these down and scanned the board in a few weeks ago, but I've been busy with everything else, so I've literally drawn the board outlines in KeyCAD. I just need wire them up. It's another few hours to finish off. I've done all the hard work now, but it's not exactly enjoyable work. So it's when I can next be bothered to wire them in, and then I'll get. This grey is definitely slightly thinner than all the other colours. I can never strip the grey. I'm going to melt the grey, it doesn't want to strip. Yeah, I'll get prototypes made after, and then mass production will only be about 2 weeks after. So you're still going to be talking a little while, like just because of how long production takes, but all the work's done now, so it's not just going to be an unknown. It'll be, weeks away. Probably 3 weeks. Well, like I say, I've got to get the samples, so it's probably more than that. It'll be 3 weeks for samples and then 2 weeks for production, I'd say. I could risk it and just order them without samples, but stuff always goes wrong when you do that. So these two are the wheel. Doesn't matter which way around they go, and these need to go on those 2 middle pins. And just make sure you don't short out on there. So you're probably best conformal coating or doing something with the exposed copper the other side, unless you're confident you're not going to short it, because these can kill the console. If you short the other side, you can put 34 volts into the system, I believe. So make sure, if you're doing it like this, that you've got insulation and it's definitely not going to touch. Fluxate, I know, I've never used that. I used Ultium, you see, so but with it being a paid software, and then me teaching people on the substreams how to do stuff, you can't really use software that costs $2 grand a year to subscribe to. It's not really a viable choice. So even though Ultium's the best by a long stretch, I've gone to KeyCAD for that reason. That's kind of why I resent it, because I own Ultium and I've spent like $8 grand on it over the last few years, and now I'm not using it for, because I can't really share the stuff I make, and I don't really want to bounce between 2 versions of software either. So I'm just trying to get used to KeyCAD basically, but it's not as good as Ultium at all. Right, so the 2 and start are starters here, so that's ground because it goes to that. So this is the start pin, and again, these will be different on different versions. So on the VA4 5s, if you basically flip over, you can go to these pins. So these are always the same. You've always got M16. You can see as well, one side of the pad goes to ground, the other comes down. M16 is start, M15 is 2, but what it'll do is come down here, go through this via, come along here, come out to this via, and go to that. So you can either look where the first via goes, flip over, and look for a cap in the vicinity, which in this case doesn't have one. It actually comes up here, goes around, and goes to here. So if I wanted to solder this side, I'm going to go to this trace or this via, or you can just go around the board to those two pads. So this one has a cap because it comes down, go to this dot where there's 3, flip over. Here's the dots. So it's basically, this is the start button because the dot's there and there's 2 under here. So that's start, and 2 is, I know for a fact, this trace because I've just made the ribbon, or haven't finished making the ribbon, but you know, I've just been figuring out where we can attach the wires to, so I know these two off the top of my head. So I'm just going to chuck another one of these useless grinder tips on that doesn't work, just so I can expose that via. So that's where I'm going to attach that wire to. Like I say, it's easier for you guys to just go to M15 and M16. I'll use blue and green for these two. So blue, we will go to, actually start it is. Start goes to there. Yeah, these are test pads. So what happens when you have a console and you mass produce them, you'll have all these made and mass assembled, but then they'll have a jig that sits over and little spiky pogo pins like the probes on here. So you'll like basically like this one. You'll have a jig that comes down and stabs on these points. So it can automatically, a jig then can come over, connect to all the points and automatically run the console up and check it works. So that they're not actually for soldering. It's ideal for us to solder to, but they're actually part of automated testing. And then these dots are called fiducials, so these little random rectangles. These are so the machines can optically scan these little corners and align the board in terms of automatically picking and placing these components down. So that's what the random little things are for. Where's my cap? Who's there? So that's the start. The 5 volts is this pad here, so might as well get him on as well. Five volt will do red. When you update the clean with the ribbon of the battery, right? And they go, no, it's designed that way. So basically, when you connect the ribbon to here, it doesn't connect VCC. So VCC passes through the ribbon, but on the CleanJuice AA side, it doesn't pass the power through. So the only problem when you plug this in is it sends 5 volts through this component. So if you remove this component, then it's not going to send when you plug this in. You're going to smoke the power board because it's passing 5 volts through up to the power board. You're not meant to plug into this unless it's not in a console. That's not what it's designed for. But then when you want to use the software on the PC, obviously when it's assembled, the idea is you use a CleanJuice AA, and then this ribbon passes just the data pins and ground up, and then you power the console with your power board like normal, but the data goes all the way back through the USB, so you can still access the board. So it's the idea obviously is all of our power boards now, the CleanJuice and the power core, I think the next batch of power core it'll be on, will have that FPC, and that's the way you're meant to connect it to the PC. But if you still want to, I just recommend removing this for safety. Like pretty much once I've programmed it, you could just remove this, but then you won't ever be able to just plug that in and program it. You'd have to have the console powered, but it's more logical to do that because then you're expected to power your Game Gear up. You know, it's like I'd personally remove this from your clean screen, and just you can then freely power up your Game Gear any way you would, and you just simply can't connect it to PC until you power up the Game Gear. But that's a lot more obvious than why you've got magic smoke coming out of your power board. And then I said in future what I'll probably do is, instead of having this on, I'll have a push button like this, so I can hold it while I'm programming and it passes the power through. So it's like plug in the cable, I hold, I program once, let go. But it's a bit more work for me than when I'm programming hundreds of them. So that's all it is. You just got to remember to not plug into here and have a power board connected at the same time, basically. I should probably put a big warning on there that kind of says that, because again, I'm amazed not more people have done that, because we don't have very many guides for this at the minute. I released it 3 months ago, and then we've done nothing but constantly sell out of this thing, and that's all I've been doing is chasing being able to keep these in stock as opposed to make guides to install them. So obviously enough people seem to know how to do it, because I think a lot of people that use the clean screen have been customers for years, and they know the install in general. Yeah, actually it could be a flick switch. That's probably a better idea. Then the factory can flick switch them on, and when I've programmed them all, it's up to the customer to decide if they want to flick that switch off or not. I could even be smarter about it and simply have some logic on the board that detects if the power's coming external, but that's more work than just a nice dumb switch. Clean screen was sold 1,300. It's literally the fastest selling product I've ever made. By, like, originally the Clean Amp, believe it or not, the Clean Amp Universal was our biggest seller ever. I think we've sold 60,000 of them since I released it, but I think 40,000 were in the first year and a half, when we were like insane. Like we were the average sale we used to do is 2,000 Clean Amp at a time to wholesalers. That was like the minimum order, and they'd be gone in 2 months, if not less. And then we'd be selling similar. Like we were doing, like, no order was less than 2,000 units at a time. Well, these wires don't look clean. Whereas now it's nowhere near that. But since then, this is like the first time we've had a product that is the first one I ordered, the first batch of 500, we'd sold out before we'd had a single customer install it. So the pre-sales had sold all 500, and I didn't want to order. Make sure they don't run by here, by the way, because the plastic, see that black, that's the shell where it pushes on this hole. So avoid, that's why those circles are on. This is where the plastic hits. I didn't want to install, I didn't want to order more clean screen because they were completely untested. Like, I literally didn't know whether they were going to work, and we'd already sold 500. So I didn't want to place another order with the factory. Otherwise, we'd end up with an issue where we've got to do something with all 500 plus the next batch. But if we waited any longer, we wouldn't have stock for even longer. So we had to order the next batch before we even knew if the first batch that sold out worked, which was a bit dicey because they don't always work. Like, a lot of the time we end up having to, if we rush to release something or we don't test it well enough, we have to sit and change a bunch of components on them before you guys get them. So luckily the clean screen's never had a single revision. Like, this one's just released. It's the exact same board since the first one, and we've had 6 faulty, and all 6 have been basically the LCD chip, which you can't see. That little black chip down in there. So the only failure we've had is this chip, which is the backlight driver to the LCD burning out, and we've fixed everyone by just replacing that chip. So that we've had no other issues whatsoever except that. So this is, again, also probably the most stable we've released. Oh, I should have fixed that issue, funnily enough, you know, the noise yesterday with the clock phase stuff. I've pushed an update last night, beta 5, that should fix it now. So you shouldn't have to tune anything on any version, hopefully. There we go, that's as neat as that side can get because the wires cross over each other. But that's that side. Power ground, the 2-wheel. So I've picked up ground here. Just pick any point you want. That's ground. That's the start. That's the 2, which again, start and 2 could go to the other side of the board. Maybe get a screenshot of this while I'm on it. And actually save the screenshot this time. In fact, what I'm going to do is post it in Discord. What we're on a VA5, yeah. VA5, install photos as I go. Well, that's what I should be doing, really. I just pasted them in Discord as I go. And now onto this fun side. So the SMS we can pick up here as well. So we want SMS. Let's tin all the pads. SMS, we want these data, so in brackets. D3, D4, D5. So the bracket ones are V4 and V5. So we need these 3 and these 2. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's actually 6 pins. The 6th one is, this is where, again, I'm amazed people get right. Well, I have to tell them, but I put this silk screen here, this D2M in the wrong place. It should have been on this H-Sync. So this is the RGB and HDMI output. I put the D2M over here on the silk screen, so it's meant to be there. So realistically, I should like grind that off, you know, but I don't want to go over, you know, cut traces. So what I'll do is purposely on this, just for the photos on this, cross that off, maybe like that, and then can we actually write D2M on there at all? Maybe. Yeah, kind of like that. So it's a bit more, that's basically where the silk screen should have been. So there are the 6 data pins. So we've got the data pin there, there, and there. VSync is shared, so it's the only one that isn't in brackets because it's the same pin on all versions of every Game Gear. So that's the only other one in non-brackets. M-clock and invert we need, so that's them 2 brackets. H-sync we need in brackets. So basically every one in brackets you need, plus VSync and the accidental H-sync, which is D2M. And then we'll need the left button. You can see why people want the Y-free kit. And then you can install the JAP button, the JAP pad, which basically tells it if you're in Japanese mode or not, Japanese or English on the language. But on these boards, I think it's tied to ground on the most part. So we'll install it, but it's not needed. It's just for purely the clean screen being able to tell you in the stats whether it's connected or not, like what language you're in. It doesn't do anything. It's just a reporting thing. So now let's wire all these in. 1, 2, I'm going to do 3, 4. I'm going to do brown, green, blue, purple and red and white for the datas, just so they're all different colours. And again, if you want this wire, we sell it. on retro6.co.uk. Get them all roughly the same length. And they're all going to go from, say, the highest point down here a little loop and up to there, so that's plenty length for all of them. 1, 2, 3. Why am I missing one? 4, 5. I'm missing red. That come loose. But and I'll just strip all these and solder them in any order. And the other side I'm not going to strip yet, because once I bend them round I'm going to cut them a bit more accurate, so leave that off. Let me just get this bracket while I'm thinking as well. What bracket were they after? Master System 2. I'll check the website. Master System 2. That bracket. With the hook on the curve. To do that after. Right then, solder these on in any order. So these are all the data pins first. Do 3, 4, 5. 2. 0 and 1. And if you want to do this without all these wires, you can just do a re-PCB and put this chip onto one of our boards, and you don't have to do any of these wires, it just plugs in. So now we've got to get these down. I'm going to move them down here, go around, and those can all be cut quite a bit shorter. Like that. No ribbons. We don't do ribbons anymore. Now we can strip all them ends. So these want to be the smallest possible ends. So you want literally the tiniest amount of exposed metal on these, because I'm going to the ASIC pins. So the smaller the better. Now, under the scope. Let's see if we can do this. So it's either going to be easy or a big mistake. Find out which. Why are there so many spam calls? It's crazy. Right, so we need to start. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Geez, that's a lot of pins. I have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 pins over. These strippers 21 are FSE FSD4 AliExpress jobbies. So they work kind of well. Well, they do work well, but they are hit and miss whether the accuracy of them is different on each version. So like you have to really get them to settle into a position that works and then probably hot glue it in so it doesn't move. But they do work when we need them to. Like mine is set in the right position so we don't have issues. Right, 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So that makes sense. Those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're your 6 data pins. They go D0 on the right and then work their way back. So that's the way we're going to attach them. My D0 is white. So white's actually I'm best working the other way because my iron will like come this way. So I want to go the opposite way. I want to work with D5. Yeah, it's just I think setting that yellow stopper in the right spot and then hot gluing it in. You just have to find just the right depth. Right, where's D5? D5 and green. Right, so green wants to start. I can see this being fun. It's either going to just work dead easy or it's not. Yay, easy. Green. And then, what's the other one? D4 is brown. So this is why I said make the little wire nubbing thing really small, because then you can just put it near the end and it's not getting in your way. Yeah, it's well easy. 3 is blue. See why I don't want, oh, you can't even see. See why I don't want it long, because you don't want the that's the best angle for your light. Do they also have the polarizer on? No. Hey, morning. Yeah, this is the install guide as such for the VA4 finally. 3, 2. So 2 is the pink one. Well, would you call that pink? I don't know what colour you'd call that really. There we go. I can get the link to the strippers. The Dremel is Big Bro will have the link for that. You can post a link in chat. That's an Amazon jobby. The Hoto. I'll just get AliExpress. My orders. Where is chat? I haven't got any chat open. I'll have to open up Twitch. But I thought, oh yeah, my Discord's knackered, so there's none of the chat thing appears in it. That's why. That's the strippers. Posty again. Thought we just had Posty. Ah. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2. So now we're on 1. So red and then white. And attaching wires is probably harder than, well, it will be harder than ribbons. So when you have a ribbon cable, it's not as hard as attaching wires next to each other. Come on, little tweezers, get hold of it. There we go. Nice little line, and then white is last. Yeah, I still need a good car vac. I've got I've just looked at the vertical stream. The chat, you can't see anything because basically the entire window is just chat. Yeah, every car vac I buy is not good. I just end up using a Melee Hoover at the minute, like a mains powered one. There we go. Oh yeah, Hemi's probably we've got a Hemi as well, but I use the Melee at the minute. That's the data pins all on. Then what else have we got? We've got M clock, which is 2 over. So we'll do. We're going to run out of colours here, but I'll do an orange. We'll do that. Where's M clock? There. Comes down. And cut them. And this was this one. Get up there, you little bridge. There we go. This reminds me of when I used to mod the Xbox 360 controllers, and I used to go to find pins on something. There was a lot of like pin soldering and attaching wires. But I must say, these wires are the perfect thing for it, really. It's like enamel you've got more room for, but these kind of naturally wedge against each other and just make them line up themselves easy enough. But definitely, I'm getting too addicted to this coffee and energy drink combo. It's wicked. Energy drink, then wash it down with coffee. It's well nice. We'll go there. The only thing I don't like about this is I'm running them right by the clock, but it should be fine. they're all insulated and they're not as close as traces. Right, invert will be the next one, which is 3-pin gap. Do this without the microscope. You could, but it's definitely, I just prefer working under a microscope. Like, I mean, let's see, let's prove it. I just like the fact you can see under a microscope. So I'll also not look at my screen because that'll be cheating in a way because it's still magnified. I'll just use my eyes, which we'll see if we can do this. So it's definitely better with a microscope, obviously. So invert was, yeah, invert's the next one. This is probably where I actually need me light on as well because it's dark as hell in this room otherwise. There we go, a bit of light. Bit of flux then, considering I'm not using the microscope now. So we're 3 over. Let me get my head down on this then. So let me put you to that view so you can see. And then if I wasn't using a scope, I'd just do this basically. So wow, I haven't done this in a while. So what are we? 1, 2, 3. That pin maybe. 1, 2, 3. I don't know, maybe. To be honest, I can't really tell if I've soldered that on with or without a microscope. So you probably definitely prefer a microscope. Let's see what I did. Hey, look at that. Soldered it, but to the wrong pin. So it's possible, just I didn't count right. So there's the, like, it's soldered on fine, there's no problem with the soldering. I just didn't put it on the right pin. I don't think, because I thought this, with it being bent, was like on this pin. So yeah, possible, but obviously I'd definitely recommend, even if you just get like a cheap USB microscope or just a physical loop, as it's called, just something to assist with you being able to see what you're doing. But the soldering itself wouldn't be so much the problem as, well, I don't know, I've got a lot of muscle memory as well with soldering stuff on like this. A lot of it's like instinct, isn't it, basically? That's invert. Now we've got the V-Sync. This is a Game Gear. We're just installing a new screen, our clean screen. So we're not far off now, and then you'll see it, hopefully. Where's my iron gone? Back in the charger. So I want to go to V-Sync. And then we've got SMS. And H-Sync. Where's H-Sync? Oh yeah, H-Sync's easy. And then we've got SMS. So 2 more wires and we're done. Goes down. Why is this 1 over from the invert? You watch, if I started this at the wrong place, all these would be in the wrong position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think this should be 8 over, hopefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, cool. So now SMS, I'm going to go here. You could easily go to the cartridge pin. Like, there's a lot easier installs than where I'm putting stuff, but what colour for SMS? Maybe orange again. Oh, we've got H-Sync, haven't we, after this? SMS and H-Sync. So, oh, great, SMS is there. Why didn't I attach SMS first? Got to get you in there somehow without melting all my wires. Swap hands. Rotate board. Oh, this is fun without the depth perception thing. This is when you really need depth perception. Ah, get that. Sneaky little solder point. Got him on perfect. You can't even see, but I know he's on. So he's down in there. Get that. Perfect little sneaky wire. There we go. He probably could have done with a bit of flux. It was a little bit dry. I don't think there was any flux over this end. That's better. Let's line these up for like a little photo. And then at least all the colours now are like obvious on a photo. When you take a photo of this section and then of the other, you can kind of see the colour code working. There we go. So I think this needs more version wise, because the way the data works now is the original was on a 32 meg clock, so this has to be fast at pushing out data over 4 pins on 32 meg. So on the VA4 they changed it to M clock, which is a 10 meg signal, so 3 times slower, and just increased the number of pins. So now you've got 6 data pins for pushing out the colours. And then on top of that, they removed, they went from 12-bit colour to 9-bit colour. So it was all cost saving. So this thing can run slower, push out less colours, and that's how they do it basically. So get a screenshot of that. See, that's not really, it's not really showing them very well, is it there? I think we need the scope. Probably the scope, but zoomed out. Get a good picture of that. About there's as good as I can get the photo, I think, and you can't really tell. You can't tell that purpley why it's purple. I might Photoshop colour that in, because you kind of can't see. Maybe. Yeah, that's good enough photo there. Screenshot that. Tilt the board a bit. Which way do you reckon? Like up. The thing is, if I tilt it up, because the camera, this is the problem with microscopes, stereo microscopes. They don't have a flat plane because your eye is slightly tilted, so you have to tilt the board to get an even focus plane. So if this was perfectly level, because the eyes in the microscope are tilted, the infinite focus point wouldn't focus. So that's why it's kind of angled. I think it's better being close in, isn't it, really, to see the pins. There, maybe. Do we think I'll have to move it up out the way of that chat a minute? Yeah. Keep zooming in. It's better being close, isn't it, I suppose, and showing the pins. But yeah, see how the focus point can focus over here and blur by the time it gets to there because of the depth. It's like this is why I want that common main objective microscope, because then you'd have a perfectly flat and much wider depth than you get on here. I think there's about the best. Right there for focus. There for colour, maybe. Then let's go with that. Oh, I've captured JBC in the corner. Never mind. I can edit that after. Paste that into Discord. Yes, clear enough on the photo. You can see where it is. Oh, that disappeared now. Where was that message? Is that a Twitch message? Let me have a look. Yeah, cool. Thoughts on retro gaming? The industry is worth $4 billion. I think retro in general, this is something we said at the start, it's always going to be around because it's just whatever's old at the time for the people that want to relive the memories, isn't it? It's just what is retro will change. But it's definitely had a lot of random bursts in the last 4 or 5 years because I don't know, I think COVID did it, and it's like that kicked it off a bit. And then there's just more people in general, I think, at the minute than usual in it. But I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it'll have its ups and downs. But repair-wise, there's not many people that do repairing like us for a living. Like, not many people can turn it into a permanent full-time job, but there are enough of us. But I think I mentioned it yesterday, I wouldn't get into it for the money, though. It's not. It's good money if you get your reputation up and we've probably got the highest, I'd say the highest cost of anyone doing retro repairs. But that's because we're always busy and we've got years of experience. It's something we've worked to. We used to do consoles for half the price of what we do now. But people, once people have stuff that they own or have sentimental value to and they don't want to send it to random shops that could butcher it, you're paying for the trust and the experience more so than the man hours. So we've got a nice stable business from it, but that's, like I say, it's a lot of years of getting to this point. So don't get into it for like a quick buck, but if you enjoy repairing, you've got to really enjoy it, otherwise it can be miserable at the best of times if you're working on stuff you don't want to, or it gets monotonous. But all we ended up doing was ending stuff we didn't want to work on at some point. We just don't like working on certain consoles or things like that. Just end them and don't work on them, because if you're not happy working on them, then you're not going to enjoy what you're doing. You've got to make sure you still enjoy it as well. Yeah, this is a VA4 You just look at the chip number there, 5682. They're all VA4 If you check on the wiki, there's one that's a page in the normal Game Gear section that actually says model versions. That'll tell you all the ASIC numbers to the versions, basically. Oh yeah, I think the teens are going to be DSs, and we're not going to be working on them. Well, I don't know, not yet. I've got no intentions of, but I think the younger generation, their retro is going to be DS stuff, definitely. So that'll no doubt have a growth spurt at some point. That's the H-Sync, I'm pretty sure. And the good thing is as well, you've got adults with adult money. So when you come to do these repairs, we sell multiple Xboxes, Neo Geos, £1,500 if they max everything out, and people will happily pay for it because it's not so much the cost of the jobs, it's the cost of the parts. And like a Neo Geo's £300-400 broken, then the labour, then the caps, then the mods, then the games. You're in it for thousands if you want to be, but like say when you're an adult and you've got the money, people quite happily spend them. Yeah, that's why I don't do DS stuff. Exactly the same thing. We hate the ribbons and the connectors, and just, yeah, the only thing ever wrong with them seems to be the screens, and the parts are always shit, the spare parts. Right, I think we're done on the wires finally. I think. Let me get a screenshot of that. Let me just hide the overlay chat so I can screenshot this. There we go. Paste that into Discord. I don't think I've missed anything. We've got... Oh yeah, 3DS are even worse. Got M clock, invert, Jap I'm not going to bother with. It's a pointless thing. It's just going to open up in the menu and tell you which way, which it's in. So we're just going to leave that off. M2, data, SMS. Left we forgot. I'll have to do another photo now. Left can be grey. Oh, why did I pick grey? It's the wire that doesn't strip. There we go. And then left, same idea. If you're unsure, just follow the traces. Just flick it over. See the left pad. This is ground because it's fat, almost definitely. So look at this dot. That goes to this dot. So then follow that trace, goes to that dot. So it's the bottom of this cap. And that'll be the debounce cap, which isn't strictly needed. That means we can go to this cap here. And just, again, don't go in this area. That's where the shell goes. Oh yeah, it's we ended all controllers, like when we got controllers, and it was always the exact same thing: thumbstick swaps, monotonous work, and half the time they'd send it in for, say, the stick drift, and then claim afterwards the bumpers didn't work because they've raged and smashed it on a table. So it was like, again, warranty work. It was pointless. You'd get most of them in for thumbstick swaps, and either they wouldn't build back up right because they've been battered, or that's just how they are. Poor quality controllers. It's just one of them. Too much like bounce rate for it to be worthwhile, and too much monotony. That's like all you'd get in. Certain things if you list them for sale, that's all you'll end up doing. Let's do another photo of that now. Now we've got the left pad actually on. Purple, you go up there. Slightly too long. Trying to hide my slightly oversized purpley wire. There we go. So that fits on there. Hide the overlay. There we go. Delete that picky. There we go. Now we haven't missed anything, I don't think. Right, so VSync H-Sync left, D2 isn't on, that's on. That doesn't need bridging, there on, there on. Yep, cool. So if we've done this right, this should just work. Hopefully. It's got the latest software on, so it should auto detect that we're in a VA4. So let's connect the screen up. Put Sonic in, audio board in. Board in. So what do we reckon? Shall I turn him round so Sonic's the right way he works? Maybe get them under there so we can see. Okay, you go that way. And then I hope this works. Ooh, yeah, 34 volts off. We shouldn't matter anyway because it's not connected now. Yay! There we go. Looks a bit bright. That's not a. That's just the camera angle. Turn the brightness down maybe. Oh, I was about to say my brightness wheel doesn't work, but it does. There we go. Nice and clean underneath. And again, doesn't look very saturated. There we go. It's just the lighting. Right, so I can show you. Show you some of the cool features somehow. Let me do what I was going to show you how to do, which is now this is on and I want to plug into there. I'm going to remove that little component just so I can plug it into PC without a clean juice AA. So let's take this little inductor off here, and this will just disable the 5 volts on the USB passing through. I'm just going to move him over. So I'm just going to shunt him over the side like that. Ports for retro consoles, it all depends. Certain parts you can't buy. Capacitors you can. I've got a good source for like RAM, so things like, say, these RAM chips here. So this is like work RAM. I know a lot of places in China, I've worked with China now for like 17, 18 years I bet now. So they have factories full of what's called new old stock. So stock of things like this that have never hit the market. So they're old but they've never been physically in consoles. So I can get most stuff pretty good. Logic is still available. Some of the other components you can emulate with Raspberry Pis and stuff like that. So generally it's not too hard. It's mainly like the ASICs that you can't replace. Right, so that's off now. So that means I can plug in my PC cable without smoking things. So let's slide him under here. You notice the lights don't come on now, so the console isn't powered on by this, but it's connected to the PC. Put Sonic in, and let me show you some of the cool features. So now if I turn on, there's Sega, and if I now go onto ggcs.retro6, you can see it's already connected. Upgrade to Ultra, so let me just hide that in while I upgrade myself to Ultra. I am now upgraded to Ultra through my super secret powers. Click check status. Ta-da! I've now got Ultra. So, peel this off because it looks ugly. There we go. Let's get this at the right angle. Come on, angle, look good. It still doesn't look as nice in person as on the camera because the angle. There we go, that's about as good as it gets. And then I can turn Sonic down a bit. I can now go on this site, so let's show you the site first. Well, you can see it enough there, I guess. If we go to device, you can see we've got like the, if I turn the brightness wheel, see the brightness wheel changing as I turn it, so it knows the brightness. Now I've gone too bright. There we go. If I go to screen say, I can now capture screenshots. So I can just keep clicking it and spamming it, and like, I'll probably kill it doing that. There we go. So you've got like captures. We can change all the clock phases if you get noise. These aren't for VA4 5 though at the minute, I don't think. Maybe they are. Yeah, they are. So look, you can swap the clock phase if you get noise. You can change individual clock phases in terms of specific colours, which again, the VA4 5 is that slow you don't even notice. We can scale. So using the PC software, we can like say, oh, that's where I want my screen. Da-da. Oh, I want him over there. You can do what you like. You can reset him. We can, I don't think we're even in focus here actually. You can have test patterns now. So you want to align the screen. You want some grids. Want some checkerboards. Want some color bars. Want some of them bars, or you want the game. Got all that. We've got aligning the screen to the top, the center, the original position. Got horizontal scan lines. This is what everybody's been waiting for. Vertical scan lines. So if we zoom in, look at that, vertical. So that's off. That's horizontal. That's vertical. That's pixel grid. Look at that. Tell me that isn't perfect pixel grid. And then off is your normal. So I personally like, I actually end up using pixel grid a lot. I do the pixel grid and then turn the brightness up a bit. And that's now like retro-y. Oh yeah, I did it. You know me in a challenge. Somebody kept asking for it, and I think someone was trying to use it as a disadvantage of the clean screen, so that was it then. Once my screen can't do something somebody else's can, you know I was going to figure it out. So I went from vertical to let's just do the whole thing and do pixel grid as well. Capture. Again, like I say, you can just capture like this, grab captures, you can click, you can download to your PC, get the full thing. Splash screen, so here we go. Let's do, what do we do? Let's screenshot this actual screen. So I don't know, let's do this for the sake of it. So I've photographed the screen itself. Let me open up a new tab. Let me get that photo I've just done. Got to wait for it to appear. No way. Oh no, for once it's not Rust. It's going to be the screenshot of the stream just to show you what you can do. So we say took this, went back to here. So I'll show you the PC fully. You can paste in straight from the clipboard. You can see the full image like that. You could zoom in. You could like do say a screenshot of this. and then publish to device. And then when it's done, it'll read it back like so. And then if I go to this one, say, and I click on the read button, not read, sorry, the show. Ta-da! We're famous. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. So yeah, that's the screenshot. You'd normally use it for something a bit more cool, like your own logo. So you wouldn't normally use it for that, but you know what I'm going to use it for. Let's find a good picture. Oh, that's a video. Ooh, choices. We've got to have... Oh yeah, that's going to be... Whoever ends up getting this VA4 is going to have this picture stored in. Paste. Go to here. Da-da. Push to device. Show. Da-da. There we go. We've got turn scan lines off. Go back to splash screen and show Rusty. Oh yeah. There we go. I'm just going to keep clicking this now to the end of stream. Ta-da. And then what happens is if you turn the console off, when you turn the console back on, you get the Rusty appearing. And then obviously I've turned it on and off too quick. Video output, I haven't bothered looking at it to... Oh yay, I've got a... There we go. In fact, this console might just have issues with fast on off. There we go. Yeah, I haven't bothered looking at the VGA or RGB, just haven't had time. I did get a full SD card working though. So if you plug an SD card in, when you go to SD card here, you can browse the full SD card and get boot logs. The screenshots will capture to the SD card, so they're already on there. Loads of stuff. I did have hidden games in here as well, but I've disabled them for now because I just didn't really need to put them in. You can pause as well. Pause the Game Gear, start it up, open the on-screen menu without having to use the buttons. So yeah, tons of stuff, but you can use or upgrade this at any point. So that's pretty much it, guys. I need to go and crack on with some work now. But hopefully you enjoyed that, and we have now a 4-hour video for the install of the VA4 that I'm going to force people to watch and refuse to do a written guide because I'm having to make the ribbons for it and I'm not very impressed. I'm pretty sure the VGA should in theory work. I'm not going to go down another rabbit hole for now, but you'd solder up the pins here, so it should work by just going C-Sync RGB, and that should work. Or for VGA, it should be H-Sync V-Sync RGB. But the last time we did that wasn't quite stable. But then when I've looked at the code and looked at it on the scope, there was actually no reason it shouldn't be stable. I think they just need another buffer. So I think we just need to pass these through a buffer afterwards. So, but that's the whole point. It was meant to replace this connector. And then you don't solder onto these directly. You use that ribbon cable down there. And then this goes to here for HDMI or VGA, basically. Ribbons are ready 2028. In fact, when GTA 6 comes out, the ribbons will come out a year later. How's that? Right, so that's them out. That's that off. And I might as well end TikTok because it banned me, so I've got one viewer for the last 4 hours. We've got one dedicated viewer for 4 hours. And I'm going to try and contact him again. If not, I'm just going to start another TikTok just to stream on it. Just to prove that the account's, like, the account is the problem, not the actual stream. You're going to get Haribos instead of the VA4 ribbons. That's what you'll get. And I am off. So I'll catch everybody probably in a week or so now. Well, probably weekend, and then after that it'll be probably the week after. Vectrex, when you video mobile, probably Vectrex, wasn't it? Oh, I've missed that. Twitch messages. Oh, too distracted by rusty pictures. I can't see any question about a Vectrex. How long ago was it? What was the question? Oldest machine. The oldest machines are the TV ones. The similar to the Sega we worked on the other day, like the Binatones and stuff like that, where they're just RF output, a single chip inside, and an attached controller. They're like in fact, some of them are 60s, I want to say, between 60s and 70s. So, yeah, they're like the oldest, definitely. I think, because obviously BBC micros are pretty old. 2600s are quite old, but definitely the kind of Binatone era, they're the oldest, I'd say. Look at that, I just finished the coffee. IPA time. You know you're going to start doing this with your cup now. It's already warm, so it's like cleaning a circuit board. While it's hot, cleans up perfect. Ta-da! And I'm off. Thanks everybody for joining in, and I'll catch you again in a few days. And don't forget to sub. Okay with IPA. I'm probably drinking the IPA actually every other coffee. Yep, you guys all have a good day.